welcome to poolside our referees and their team of technical officials.
Well, hello, good morning, and a very warm welcome to Ponds Forge International Sports Centre for the Swim England National Winter Championships 2021. The final competitive action of the year in what has been a challenging but quite incredible year for English and British swimming. Several of the Tokyo team from Team GB are competing across this three-day weekend in Sheffield. Loads of action coming up, and we're operating across two short course pools here. Myself, Ewan Dunlop, talking you through the female or south pool this morning. And a voice you'll recognise, and my colleague Bob Ballard is doing likewise for the men's pool on a separate stream. So if you do have two screens available to you, you can have two streams. If you just nub onto YouTube, type in Swim England, there is a session 1 female and a session 1 male stream available to you, and that will go across the entire three-day weekend. Apart from the final session each day, which myself and Bob will commentate on together, and that will just be, of course, in one pool. But this morning, coming up, starting in just a couple of minutes' time, actually, we just got the officials walking out to poolside and taking their places. We are going to have the women's 100-metre breaststroke heats and the women's 200-metre individual medley heats. Now, from approximately 11:30, we've got the women's 50-metre backstroke and the 200-metre butterfly, and we classify as a session 1B a little bit later from 2 o'clock onwards, the women's 100-metre freestyle and the women's 800-metre freestyle. That will be the slower heats in the 800-metre freestyle, and then moving right through to the evening from 5 o'clock onwards, it's the finals sessions. The first final will be the 800-metre freestyle. That will just be a fastest heat only winner. So you might be able to see on the far side, yeah, you can, of your screen there, our heat number 1, in which is officially event 102, because at exactly the same time in the men's pool we've got the 50-metre freestyle starting. That will be event 101. But regardless of that is the 100-metre breaststroke, and we are going to see 14 heats in our first event in the women's pool of the day. The standout name in this one is in heat number 14, Molly Renshaw, one of our Team GB Tokyo representatives. 2 Olympics for her, 4 World Championship, 200-metre gold in Budapest in May and 6th in Tokyo. Again, she goes in heat number 14, but I'm going to be talking you through the entire morning sessions, and again me and Bob will come together for our finals, and that'll play across all 3 days. Now, I must say, I was here a couple of weeks ago in Sheffield for the British Universities Championships. Again, a lot of names that were there are here this weekend too. A great weekend a couple of weekends ago, but an observation, lovely to see fans back in attendance. A small number of fans, because we've got a lot of athletes here as well, but just lovely to see the galleries fairly busy here on a fairly brisk cold morning in Sheffield. I walked from the hotel to the pool this morning, a couple of layers and hoods up in the dark, but fantastic to be here once again. So again, 2 streams available to you if you're just joining us. I see we've had about 100 people join us on the stream in the last couple of minutes as we get underway very shortly, but just a slight delay, as in the pool to the left-hand side of the screen that you're watching, the men's 50-metre freestyle getting underway. Again, we've got 2 streams, a men's pool and a women's pool. Bob Ballard talking you through the gents pool. So throughout the session, you will hear on several occasions plenty of whistles and startings.
And our first event in the women's
and don't be confused, because it is 2 races going on at the same time on plenty of occasions. Now the first heat for the ladies then, as you can see, making their way to poolside. They join us. Now, I just want you to ignore the lane numbers there at the moment. As you can see, if the beady-eyed of you will see, for example, lane number 1 of Iba Holonsky, that's actually lane number 8. So we'll get those turned around for you as soon as possible. But let's get things underway. In heat number 1, we do have Madison Wrens, Elizabeth Wearing, Violet Harefield, Tia Keatley, Lois Inch, Kate Muggleston, Eve Cooper and Molly Topping. So across the weekend, both the open and the junior classes, so you will see a really wide range of ages. And in this event and this heat, 14-year-old Madison Wrens in lane 1, got 13-year-old Eve Cooper in lane number 7. In fact, missing in lane number 3, this one is Violet Harefield of Middlesbrough. All of these Southern athletes taking part in the first heat. Entry times of around 1:14. In fact, there's only about 0.3 of a second officially separating all 8 in this one. And your winner there in 1:14.28 is lane 5's Lois Inch. Those are correct now, those lane numbers. So Lois Inch, your winner in heat number 1, ahead of Tia Keatley and Elizabeth Wearing.
Our second event in the women's pool, 100-metre breaststroke, heat 2.
Over the top starts operating for all of our heats. If you're new to swimming, that just means our heats will start with the previous heats swimmers still in the water. Just makes things run a little bit quicker.
In the men's pool, 50-metre
Heat number 2, from lane 0, you got Emily Brooke, Karina Andrea, Ava Kelly, Rebecca Dunn, Ellie Harsart, Anna Stansfield, Eleanor Hall, Anna Sayers, Ruby Varney and Ruby Wheeler. Quick start in lane 9 from Ruby Wheeler. Plymouth Leander Swimming Club, the 15-year-old. They're just fixing those timings for you, so ignore the order as it currently stands. It is Ruby Wheeler that was leading at the halfway stage. In lane at number 6, it's Eleanor Hall now, 15-year-old from Millfield, in the green cap. That is Ruby Wheeler on this near side. Both of them in the 1:14s on the entry times, but it is lane number 6, Eleanor Hall. And there we go, 1:13.57 for her, ahead of Ruby Wheeler. And in fact, it was Emily Brooke on the far side that came through right at the end there to beat Wheeler by 0.04 of a second. On to heat number 3, and, from lane 0 we have Gemma Dilks, Ela Norton, Mabley Collier, Macy Dexter, Ellie Matthews, Ella McKeever, Millie Whedon, Holly Robinson, Anna Finley and Isabel Hallett.
In the men's pool, 50-metre freestyle, heat 6.
So you just see the pool to the left-hand side. That is the gents pool, or the North Pool as some call it here in Sheffield, on the scoreboard end. And that'll be the pool that we're having the finals in from 5 o'clock this afternoon. Same again tomorrow, runs fairly consecutively. And, right through till Sunday 5 PM, our final session of the weekend. Final competitive action of the year for a lot of these swimmers too. And what a year it's been. There's lane number 2, those Medley Collier, 13-year-old representing Swansea. Being challenged in the final stages from Gemma Dilk, 16-year-old from Tiverton on the far side. It'll be between these two. It is Collier that takes it by 0.3 of a second over Dilks. And the centre, Ella McKeever, rounding out the top 3 in heat number 3. Very respectably quiet here in the venue.
In the women's pool, 100
Real concentration needed. It's the entire Olympic-sized pool, of course, being used, but split across 2. So you really need to keep your wits about you and stay silent when another race is starting at the opposite end of the pool. You might be cheering on a teammate just sort of 30, 40 metres away. So everybody's very conscious of that. Heat number 4 from lane 0, Imogen Stoddart, Abby Murrell, Olivia Cooper, Aoife Brooks, Sophie Baker, Gracie Parker, Charlotte Cope, Naomi Maguire, Bryony Stevenson and Holly Hagan. So after the 14 heats in 100 metre breaststroke, we move on to the women's 200 metre individual medley. And 11 heats in that one before we move on to the shorter stuff. The 50 metre backstroke starts our late morning session. Still officially session number 1, but split up on the time. You can just, on the stream here in fact, just below the screen, if you minimise it, you will see a little schedule there for you, just in case you're waiting for anybody in a particular event. On this near side, yellow cap of Holly Hagan, 17-year-old from Romford. In the centre in 5, red cap. So Gracie Parker. Gracie Parker in the orange, 1:14.14. Sophie Baker takes it, 1:13.05. Quickest time we've seen so far through 4 heats. Holly Hagan just touched out for 2nd place. In the opposite outside lane, Imogen Stoddart, third in 1:13.48.
In the women's pool, 100 metre breaststroke, heat 5.
Heat number 5 from lane 0, Amelia Elliott, Ella Jenkins, Constance Mortimer, Colleen Devlin, Charlotte Hardy, Sadie Pratt-Filker, Rosie Richards, Olivia Lloyd-Jones, Madison Lay and Hannah Poulter.
In the men's pool, 50 metre freestyle, heat 10.
A quick start in lane 8 for Madison Lay, 17-year-old from Thanet. All these girls capable of pretty low 1:13s. But just to give you an indication of what's coming, Molly Renshaw in heat number 14, a 1:04 swimmer. And we've probably got 10 or a dozen competitors in this event that can go sub 1:10. So the difference here between 14 heats, if you take away Molly Renshaw, Sienna Robinson and Megan Morrison, is really less than 6 or 7 seconds separating over the fastest 100 swimmers here. It's incredibly tight. Finals later on from 5 o'clock, so I mean, you always expect to see the finalists come from the last few heats, but a great swim from anybody in the earlier heats, and that's one right there, 1:11.9 from Charlotte Hardy. That's quick enough to get her into heat number 10-11 on the paperwork. Olivia Lloyd-Jones 1:12, and at Madison Lay 1:13.44. So great time there from Charlotte Hardy. Almost a second and a half quicker, or 2 seconds in fact, than the quickest we've seen so far through the previous 4 heats. Charlotte's time on paper, 1:13.4, so a second and a half quicker than her time on paper coming in. So a really quick first swim of the day for her. And on to heat number 6 from lane 0, which is on the far side. Just ignore where the positions are on the screen at the moment. We're just trying to get that sorted for you. So Abby Mitchell in 0, then Charlotte Berry, Macy Norton, Tia Hendley, Holly Waymond, Alexandra Matachuk, Ellie Kennington, Zara Dodd, Aliyah Richards and Katie Fownes. And again, all of these girls in the 1:13s on paper, but as we just saw from Charlotte Hardy, take that with a little bit of pinch of salt. And 6, Ellie Kennington, 14-year-old Plymouth Leander. Got a teammate next to her, Alexandra Matachuk, 17-year-old in lane 5. And 8, that's Aliyah Richards, 15-year-old from Waltham Forest. And it will be Ellie Kennington, 14-year-old, second youngest in the pool. That's another good time, 1:11 for the second time in this event, 1:56 for Kennington. And of Charlotte Berry and Abby Mitchell, all the rest of the action on the far side of the pool there. With heat number 7, we're flying through this first session. It's heat number 7 of 14. No hanging around whatsoever.
In the women's pool, 100-meter breaststroke, heat 7.
And in heat number 7, from lane 0, Jasmine Zakuntha, Madison Nuttall, Ellie Rose Lyon, Kirsty Neal, Amelia Riggett, Jodie Dilks, Laura Broadbent, Katie Andrews, Anna Healy, and Jennifer Holland in 9.
In the men's pool, 50-meter freestyle, heat 14.
We mentioned the range of ages, 14-year-olds in this one. Ellie Rose Lyon and Kirsty Neal in lanes 2 and 3. And Jennifer Holland, by far the most experienced, 29-year-old from Wickham Districts. So leading the way there in lane number 7 is Katie Andrews. Norwich swimmer, 17 years old, 1:13 on the button. Her time coming in. Can we see another 1:11? And she will lead into the final 50, being chased pretty hard by Ellie Rose Lyon in 2. 14-year-olds, also from Norwich. The Norwich 1-2 in this, but look on this near side. That is Jennifer Holland, the 29-year-old, using her experience to come through right at the end of the heat. Can she take it away? No, she can't. But only 200ths of a second. Katie Andrews does nip it in the end ahead of Holland. And then Ellie Rose Lyon. So the two teammates from Norwich, first and third. And the experience of Jennifer Holland coming through right at the end.
In the women's pool, 100-meter breaststroke, heat 8.
Straight on to heat number 8 from lane 0. Got Chloe Scout, Shannon Campbell, Emily Farr, Louise Bressler, Caitlin Hartley, Ruby Stevenson, Cora Lanham, Pia Summers-Newton, Lucy Canavan and Morgan Penny.
In the men's pool, 50-meter freestyle, heat 16.
In fact, no Morgan Penny of Surrey in lane number 9. Also lane number 5 in this one, no Ruby Stevenson of Milton Keynes. So taking advantage is Lucy Canavan, 17-year-old from Manchester in the black cap. At the front of your screen there, far side lane number 2. Emily Farr, 17-year-old from Ellesmere. So the gallery here in Sheffield filling up. It's almost half to three-quarters full. Both swimmers and spectators are laid in for one of the first times that I've seen this show. I was here a couple of weeks ago in Sheffield for the British Universities Championship. No spectators whatsoever. So great to see, even in small numbers, people coming back out for live swimming events. Emily Farr there, 1:10.48 for Farr. Quickest time by a small margin of the 8 heats we've seen so far. Lucy Canavan, your early leader, second place, 1:11.71. And Caitlin Hartley, 1:12.26. Heat number 9 coming up from lane 0. Hannah Bowley, Kirsten Powell, Lucy Buckingham, Gianna Spinner, Louise Edmonds, Georgina Wright, Lotta Schultz, Georgia Haitner, India Sharp and Amy Brown in 9.
In the men's pool, 50-meter freestyle, heat 18.
So our entry times now getting into the fairly low 1:12s. Louise Edmonds the quickest in this pool, a 1:12.2. 19-year-old in the blue cap. The green cap of Lucy Buckingham, though, the 15-year-old from Millfield in lane number 2. He's started the quickest at the halfway mark. The gents 50 metres underway in the men's pool. It's the pool to the left-hand side there. It's an amazing number of referees, officials and volunteers that make events like this go ahead when you've got 2 pools. Huge numbers of people behind the scenes making it go ahead and run as smooth as we possibly can. Always good to see and very thankful for them. A 1:10.25 for Lucy Buckingham. Lotta Schultz, quarter of a second outside 1:11. And third place, Gianna Spinner. So Lucy Buckingham, that is almost exactly 2 seconds quicker than her entry time, 1:12.23. Really seeing some fantastic times here in Sheffield. Heat number 10 are coming up. Again, 14 heats in this one to open our first event of the 2021 Winter Championships here at Ponds Forge. And heat number 10 in lane 0, Sarah O'Brien, and you've got Molly Lee, Eliza Powell, Denise Elena Gogu, Isabel Renwick, Ella Bainbridge, Chloe Bown, Phoebe Cooper, Rebecca Keatley and Georgia Maggs.
That concludes the men's 50-meter freestyle. The next event in the men's pool will be the 200-meter backstroke.
Green cap of it, Isabel Renwick of Millfield, 18-year-olds who got the quickest start to 25 metres. Halfway though, it looks to me like the black cap of Chloe Bown. This is one of the tighter heats we've seen, especially coming up to the final turn. 4 swimmers involved on this near side, lane number 9. That is Georgia Maggs, 16-year-old from Cambridge. And Southern Phoebe Cooper, 13-year-old from Sheffield in the red cap there. And above her, still in 4, is Isabel Penwick. And it will be lane number 7. Phoebe Cooper, 1:11.24. And then Renwick and Georgia Maggs. So tight between the top 3 in the end. Phoebe Cooper coming out on top. Just 4 heats to come in our opening event of the day. Again, that's scheduled for you under the live stream, just a bit of information. So after this 100-metre breaststroke, we move on to the women's 200 IM.
Backstroke, heat 1.
So that's the heat number 11 coming up from lane 0. Emma Amalek-File, Ellen Bagley, Hermione Rowe, Julie Salah, Lucia Grant, Eleanor Perks, Emily Morgan-Hughes, Claire Collins, Nellie Clark and Georgia Gussie.
Disqualification in lane 7.
Now the delay we've got here, we've just got the first heat of the men's 200-metre backstroke starting.
100-metre breaststroke, heat 12.
Need 15-20 seconds or so before we can get the side-by-side races underway. So off we go then. And this is heat number 11. Lucia Grant, 18-year-old from Winchester, quickest out the blocks in the black cap in lane number 4. Again on this near side, some quick water on this lane number 9. That's Georgia Gussie of Bristol, 17-year-old on this occasion. Over in lane number 2, Hermione Rowe of Mount Kelly. Going side by side now in lanes 1 to 5. Look at that, they all turn together. This will be a cracking final 25 metres. Here with her fingertips out in front is still Lucia Grant. And don't forget this near side, or even lane number 6. My goodness me. Orange cap in lane number 3, that is Julie Salah. She's going to nick it right at the end. 1:11.65. That's a cracking heat number 11. Second place did go to Emma Amalek-File on the far side, then Hermione Rowe. So we jump over to Georgia Gussie. At the time, less than, 0.4 of a second separating the top 4 there. In fact, it was tied for 4th place, separating the top 5. Heat number 12. Second to penultimate heat of the event. This is where we're really racing to get into that final later on from 5 o'clock this evening, or late this afternoon. Probably need to go sub 110 to get into that final. Can anybody do it out of Hannah Woodcock, Karen Harries, Beth Young, Molly Monk, Molly Main, Hazel Odsken, Amy Canny, Abigail Miles, Ashley Ransom and Eva Float. So orange cap in lane number 4 belongs to Molly Main. And that is a quick first 50, 31.42. Less than a second back to Canny and Oskin. So complete contrast to heat number 11, a clear 3 out front. How low can they go? Looking for sub 110 or even quicker if possible. And it's going to be a mile under 110. My goodness. It's going to be a 1:06.6 for Molly Main, 1:07 for Oskin, 1:08 for Canny. And Molly Monk in 4th place, dipping under as well. So that's your time now, 1:06.6 to keep your eye on. There are several swimmers, maybe there's 8 swimmers that have come in with times under 1:10 in our final 2 heats. They need to match or better 1:06.6 from Molly Main. trying to do that in our penultimate heat then of the event. Paige Fenton, Sophie King, Pixie Lau Klasicki, Molly Roodhouse, Megan Morrison, Beth Dennis, Caris O'Reilly, Olivia Heron, Charlotte Bianchi and Alicia Cookson. Off we go, penultimately 106.6 to beat. Or to get at least close to get into that final. Fastest 10, of course, will make it into the final this evening. And in the black cap in lane number 4, that is Megan Morrison, 23-year-old from Loughborough University. Just half a second slower to halfway than Molly Main took in her 106.6. And the reddish pinkish cap is Beth Dennis, 18-year-old from Sheffield in lane number 5. Then over in lane 1, Sophie King of Woking, 15 years old in the white cap there up on the top in lane 1. Coming through in 6, that's Caris O'Reilly of Leicester, black cap. So we're looking at Megan Morrison, Beth Dennis and Caris O'Reilly lanes 4, 5 and 6. So this is going to be interesting now because that is a 108.11. Couple of 109s in there, so Megan Morrison, she should be, I'm going to say should, don't write this in stone, making her way in with a 108. One heat to come, of course. Beth Dennis and Caris O'Reilly, they're going to be watching the clock very closely in this final heat. And they might miss out. Heat 14. Final heat from lane 0. You got Sophie Payne, Camelia Stoimanova, Jade Quashie, Laura Kinsley, Molly Renshaw, Sienna Robinson, Leah Schlossen, Lena Brookhaven, 8 Flora Parkin, and in 9 on the near side, Caitlin Lansom. Now the standout name here, of course, in lane number 4, Molly Renshaw, 2-time Olympian, Rio and Tokyo. Competing in 4 World Championships. It's the British record in the 200-metre breaststroke. Got gold in Budapest in the European Championships this year. That was in May in the 200-metre. So the 200-metre are a forte, but a fantastic 100-metre medley swimmer. And leading out this one too. So closest behind her to her left and right is Laura Kinley and Sienna Robinson, the Isle of Man and Sheffield respectively. 106 the time to get near to guarantee place in that final. And Molly Renshaw looking incredibly comfortable in lane 4, and she takes the fastest time of the event of all 14 heats. It looked like she didn't have to work too hard to do that either. 106.42. Sienna Robinson and Laura Kinsley, they'll be in the final later once these times are ratified. She'll be joining Molly Main, and the rest, just to be decided. There were several, there's probably a dozen times there under 110. So a couple of those are going to miss out, but we'll most certainly see in the centre 2 lanes in our final this evening, Molly Renshaw and Molly Main. That concludes the heats for the 100-metre breaststroke. Coming up next is the women's 200-metre individual medley. And 11 heats in the 200 IM. And we are just working behind the scenes for you to get the lane names flipped around and in the correct order for you. Sorry if that's caused any confusion.
In the women's ball, 200-metre individual medley, heat 1.
And taking part in heat number 1, which is officially event 104, the women's 200 IM. From lane 1, Aviva Helinski, Anna Farr, Lucy Hitchin, Poppy Babert, Ruby Varney, Naomi McGuire, Ruby Greenhalgh and Beth Robinson. So the quickest entry time, a 2:24.99. That's Poppy Babert of Maxwell, 16-year-old in lane number 4. We take a quick jump to heat number 11. The quickest times coming in, the likes of Lily Booker in a 1:11 and Betsy Wizard in a 2:13. Did I say 1:11? For Lily Booker, it was a 2:11 if I did, the 20-year-old from Loughborough. So again, we've got over 100 swimmers taking part in these heats and roughly 10 or 11 seconds separating them, which for 200 IM is fairly tight. And we'll try and keep our eye as we go through who's going to be making our way into those 10 spots from the final from 5 p.m. later on. It is currently in lane number 3, Lucy Hitchin of Repton, 16-year-old, through the halfway stage. Ruby Varney of Street, the 16-year-old, in the white cap and the red outfit there, keeping her very honest indeed, in fact going just maybe ahead by a small margin. And lane number 8, that is Beth Robinson of Stockport on this near side. So as they go into the final freestyle leg. It is 1.14 seconds separating, 1.15, and a fast come through nicely in lane number 2, separating the fastest 4. But Poppy Babert in the white cap, certainly with a body length lead now with 10 minutes to go. It's going to take our first heat of the day, 2:24.99 her time coming in. And she's beaten that by over a second. And Lucy Hitchin and Beth Robinson, your top 3 in heat number 1. Just a quick mention to our event sponsors. Of course, Swim England, Sport England, Merthyr Pools, Sport Systems, Sheffield City Trust and TIA. Always a great event. I was lucky to be here a couple of years ago for the Winter Championships. And moving on to heat number 2. As we just wait for the men's have moved on to their 200-metre backstroke now in the opposite pool. And as you can see now, everything in order. From the far side in lane 0, Sophia Knight, Alice Weston, Holly Lamb, Anna Uren, Daniela Goff, Hazel Ann Carter, Lavinia Ricker, Kerswyn Smith, Emily Johnson and Josephine Klein. On paper, every single swimmer with an entry time now separated by just 0.4 of a second. I can't imagine for 1 second in 2.5 minutes time that's still going to be the case. Josephine Klein, Mount Kelly, 16-year-old on this near side, absolutely flying start on the butterfly. My goodness me. In 3 and 4, that is Anna Uren and Daniela Goff, both 15-year-olds from Bristol and Peterborough. Now, of course, to be aware, as this is the Winter Championships, we do have an open final and a junior final. Quite simply over and under 18s. So for every event that we have in all of our heat sessions, there's an open and junior final. So Josephine Klein just been pegged back now. Emily Johnson just one lane inside in the dark cap. So the centre lanes, a little bit of work to do. It's the final 75. On the far side, Sophia Knight in 0, Alice Weston in 1. Very nicely. But as we know, everything can change on the freestyle, can't it? Nothing's over until it's over in the individual medley. It's Emily Johnson going really well with 50 to go. She's down in lane number 8, over half a second lead over Carter, Knight and Doe. From Ricca onwards, a little bit of work to do, up to 1.5 seconds back. And Hazel-Ann Carter, green cap in lane number 5, chasing down Emily Johnson. Hazel-Ann Carter, just 13 years old in the centre there in the green cap. But it's not quite going to be enough because it is taken by Emily Johnson. 2:24.42. Carter 500s under 25 seconds. And Daniela Goff half a second over. They're your top 3. But cracking swim from the 13-year-old Carter to take second place. Heat number 3, Louise Jones, Blythe Kinsman, Zoe Ryan, Amelia Oliver, Charlotte Room, Daisy Purchase, Olivia Martin, Abby Salscombe, Holly Waymond and Elise Massey. Louise Jones in 0 and Olivia Martin in 6. Very strong on the opening leg. Going to maintain that. It's a really good body length advantage for those two through the first 75 metres.
In the men's pool, 200-metre.
In lane number 5, second quickest on paper in the pool, Daisy Purchase, 15-year-old from Rotherham. Bit of work to do for her, but look at this from Olivia Martin, 15-year-old from Mount Kelly. There's a storming first half, over a second out to Jones and Room. Can she maintain it through the breaststroke? Pretty tight now between the rest of the field, really. 2, 3 and 4, Zoe Ryan, Amelia Oliver and Charlotte Room. Nothing to separate those. A little bit further back to Louise Jones on the far side and Daisy Purchase in lane number 5. But look at this is fantastic stuff from Martin in 6. 50 metres freestyle, she's going to turn with a couple of body lengths lead. It's 3.15 seconds. 4 and a bit back to Ryan Oliver. Over 5 seconds to Purchase. Surely she's got heat number 3 in the back. She's going to get a good time here as well. Her entry was 2:24.32 for the 15-year-old. There's no chance she's going to get caught. So the race behind her for second place in the heat is Charlotte Room and Amelia Oliver in 4 and 3. But look at that, 2:20.5 for Olivia Martin. Charlotte Room and Zoe Ryan. I think the time of Amelia Oliver to come up, there we go. Yeah, she was in tied 3rd place, in fact. Looked like it was getting a bit close between Olivia and Ryan. But no doubting, Olivia Martin from the absolute gun. 2:20.5 to absolutely dominate heat number 3.
In the women's pool, 200-metre individual medley, heat 4.
So on to heat number 4 from lane 0. Matilda Ransom, Lucy Canavan, Katie Lee, Madison Renz, Anna Stansfield, Camelia Stoimanova, Isabel Schimmels, Olivia Gregory, Beth Hall and Molly Fisher. Two 23s across the board on the entries. Looking ahead quickly for the rest of the day, we've got approximate times for the women's 50-metre backstroke at 11:30-ish. That'll be followed by the women's 200-metre butterfly. And then a bit of a break to the women's 100-metre freestyle heats around about 2 o'clock, we estimate. And then the women's 800-metre freestyle. The slower heats, because the final will be raced as a fastest heat from 5 o'clock onwards. Now, if you have just joined us in the last sort of 10-15 minutes, just to make you aware, there are 2 streams for this event across the weekend during all of our heats, all 3 days. So if you go onto the Swim England YouTube channel, there is a men's pool and a women's pool stream underway. My colleague Bob Ballard and a voice you'll recognise from Olympics and World Championships talking you through the men's pool. I think that'll be the case for the weekend. I'll be talking through the women's, and we'll come together to enjoy the finals with you at the end of each day. So leading in lane 0, it's Matilda Ransom on the far side, just ahead of Lucy Canavan. In lane number 7, that is Olivia Gregory. All of these girls qualifying for the officially the juniors, all 17 and under. There's 2 18-year-olds in the pool in the centre lane, Stansfield and Stoimanova. I don't think they're going to be in the top 3 in heat number 4. On the far side, it will be lane 0, Matilda Ransom, 15-year-old from Cambridge who takes it. 2:22 on the nose. And almost 2 seconds back in the end to Olivia Gregory and then Beth Hall. So wonderful swim from the outside from Ransom. On to heat number 5. We have from lane 0, Sophie Davies, Laura Mills, Francesca Whiting, Louise Bressler, Olivia Molden, Madison Lay, Katie Andrews, Millie Checkley, Charlotte White and Chloe Skelt. In fact, didn't spot that, as you can see. Lane number 4. Should be Olivia Molden, 17-year-old, not joining us in the heats. Black cap in lane number 8, Charlotte White, 16-year-old from West Suffolk. The quickest through the butterfly. 30.5 seconds, good time for 50 on the butterfly. Quickly into the backstroke, far side in 0 and 1 is Sophie Davies and Lara Mills. Still leading through 75 in the black cap there on at the front of your screen, and the white cap in 9, that's Chloe Skelt of Mount Kelly. Both of these girls 16 years old. Look at this, there's a theme this morning, isn't there? Outside lanes going really nicely. Davies, Skelton, White, then over a second back to Mills and Checkley. We are just halfway. But we haven't seen so far in these seats the exciting comebacks that we're quite used to in the medleys.
200-metre backstroke, heat 7.
I mean, it's particularly in the the team relays are the most exciting. Most exciting for me, because everything can change on every single leg, less so in the individual medley. But still going really well. As you can see, Charlotte White in the black cap. In Southern coming through. She's had a good breaststroke as Millie Checkley. 0.66 back. It's those two now onto the freestyle. Outside lane still in 0, Sophie Davies and Chloe Scout down in 9. But have we got a two-women race between Checkley and White in 7 and 8? We've had a 2:22 so far in our opening 4 heats. And, this is going to be quite tight. Look at that, face-to-face now into the final 5 metres. In lane 0, keep your eyes well on Sophie Davies. She could spoil the party. But Millie Checkley gets it, 2:22.64. 3/10, but Charlotte White. And Sophie Davies did in fact get 2nd place there. 800ths quicker than Charlotte White in the end. So lovely racing in heat number 5. 6 heats to go in the women's 200 IM. In 8-6 from lane 0 on the far side, you're watching Neve James, Ruby Stevenson, Gerda Vasilevskaite, Izzy May Reeves, Holly Widows, Sophie Main, Lara Turner, Alicia Cookson, Ellie Sybil Perkins and Rue Fowler. Lightning start there from Holly Widows and Matt Kelly in lane 4. Gone off like a rocket. In the purple swimsuit, Rue Fowler, 16-year-old in lane number 9, right at the front there. But look at that for a start. My goodness. 28.93 for the butterfly. That is super quick. That's the quickest we've seen by a 2.5 seconds, I think. But look at this, backstroke now. And in lane number 3, Izzy May Reeves, 17-year-old from Sheffield. What a difference a stroke makes, eh? Rue Fowler still, it's those are your top 3. In lane number 2, that's Gerda Vasilevskaite. But Reeves, Widows and Fowler now, 1.2 seconds separating your top 3. Then another almost second back to Vasilevskaite and Stevenson onwards. I do find it quite fascinating, these medleys. And still, lane number 3, Izzy May Reeves. With 75 to go. And have your super quick starter, Holly Widows, in the white cap. In Southern, that's Alicia Cookson making her presence known. And all of a sudden, you've got 5 swimmers now into the final 50 metres. And it's anyone's game. Look at that, less than a second separating the top 5. It's quite ridiculous sometimes. So Stevenson ahead of Widows, Cookson, Reeves and Fowler. Anybody's guess who takes it, but still just holding on to that lead is Reeves in 3 in the red cap. Her closest challenger now, Ruby Stevenson in lane number 1. But Southern and 9, Alicia Cookson and Rue Fowler. Can they grab a top 3 spot in the heats? Well, a lovely swim from Izzy May Reeves, 2:19.85, fastest time of our opening 6 heats. And it did eventually go in this order: Stevenson, Widows, Cookson and Fowler. Really with 75 to go. Any one of those 5 could have taken it. But Izzy May Reeves showing a bit of class there, holding on throughout. We should never have dated her, should we? On to heat number 7. You are going to be watching Madison Johnson, Sophie Bromley, Yasmin Sheffield, Ruby Wheeler, Abigail Jolly, Holly Marshall, Ella Dyson, Amy Corcoran, Abby Lowe and Emma Erskine.
In the women's pool, 200-metre individual medley, heat 7.
So all of these swimmers capable of 220s or very, very low 221s. We've already seen a 2:18, and we got, including this heat, 5 to go. And open and junior finals to be qualified for. So on paper, Abigail Jolly, 19-year-old from Leeds. She's a 2:20.5 swimmer.
Freestyle, the open final, Matthew Richards, Bath National Centre. William Pearsley, Hatfield, Jacob Whipple, Dementrio, Ryan Flanders,
I love it heat. You'll never see two the same, will you? Look at this. We've got the top 8 swimmers within 1 second this time. Over in lane number 1, just out in front in the red cap is Sophie Bromley of Sheffield. In lane number 8, Abby Lowe of Loughborough. There we go, the backstroke has separated them. 1:03.66 to halfway for Bromley, then Lowe and Jolly. Over 1.5 back to Erskine and Dyson, +2 to Marshall and Co. Maintaining that lead, Sophie Bromley. She's a 2:21 on the nose swimmer. Near side, Abby Lowe and Emma Erskine, side by side. In the centre lanes, in the green and black caps, Abigail Jolly and Holly Marshall. And again, it's going to be tight into the final 50. Very little to separate. Bromley still out in front, 0.73. It looked less than 0.73, but a little bit back to Holly Marshall. But you got there, what, 6 swimmers, less than 2 seconds back. And the freestyle will put the cat amongst the pigeons, because in lane number 5, Holly Marshall, 15-year-old from Lincoln, on the near side in the green cap, that's Emma Erskine. She was doing well through leg 2. And this is going to be incredibly tight now. The early leader falls away, and Ella Dyson takes it 2:19.8. 700ths back to Marshall, and then Lowe and Erskine. And heat number 8 then, you are from lane 0, Amber Downham, Evie Float, Ella McKeever, Rachel Hornby, Faye McDonough, Alma Dahl, Anna Marley, Chloe Hurst, Olivia Heron and Anna Farrow. Our 4th but final heat in the 200 IM. So another one of the men's 200-metre backstroke races getting underway before we can kick off with heat number 8. So again, if you've got 2 screens available to you, you can be watching the men's and the women's pool. They are running side by side concurrently. You just see there in the back of your picture, the men's 200-metre backstroke underway. But let's concentrate on the individual medley. Not a poor heat so far through the first 7. Such a joy to watch these. In lane number 9, quickest starter then Anna Farrow, 16-year-old from Ellesmere. She's got her teammate Olivia Heron to her side in lane number 8. In the centre, in the red swimsuit, lane number 5, that's Alma Dahl, 16-year-old from Plymouth Leander. Now, 6 of these swimmers have got entry times under 2:20, so expect to see that as the norm now. We've seen 2 or 3 already, but you should see a flurry of times under 2:20. We do get down as low as 2:11 for the likes of Lily Booker and Betsy Wizard in heats 10 and 11. 20 places up for grabs in the final later, the junior and the open. So 5 and 9, Dahl and Farrow. Second plus advantage to lane 6, 7 and 8. That's Marley, Hurst and Heron. In lane number 3, I'm going to put them in that group, put her in that group, Rachel Hornby. There's the black cap right at the bottom of your screen of Anna Farrow and the silver cap of Alma Dahl in 5. Good breaststroke for Chloe Hurst in lane number 7. And also, like I say, just Rachel Hornby. Good second 25 of her breaststroke. Here we go then, 50 metres of freestyle to the side, heat number 8. Can Anna Farrow in 9 hold on the blue swimsuit? Or can Alma Dahl nip it away in the final 25? Little bits of work to do in Southern. That is Chloe Hurst. They're going to be your top 3. The order to be decided, but it looks like it will be in lane 5, Alma Dahl. 16-year-old from Plymouth Leander, 2:18.42, quickest time we've seen through 8 heats. Anna Farrow, your long-time leader, settling for 2nd. Will that get her a place in one of our 2 finals? We will have to wait and see. 3rd place was Chloe Hurst ahead of Rachel Hornby. 3 heats to come. And this is where the times get really quick in our final 3 heats. Because in the centre lanes here, you're going to see in a second is Isabel Hindley and Leah Schlossen. And they are capable of 2:14s and 2:15s.
In the women's pool, 200-metre individual medley, heat 9.
And here we go then, with heat number 9, from lane 0, Georgia Gussie, Natalie Sanford, Hazel Oskin, Amelia Monaghan, Isabel Hindley, Leah Schlossen, Molly Main, Sophie Dumont, Tilly Hanson-Hamilton and Abby Lacey. Isabel Hindley, 25-year-old in lane number 4. She's the quick starter in the white cap, representing or out of Brompton. And she's our 2:14 swimmer, which is 4.5 seconds quicker than anything we've seen so far. So it's no surprise to see her out in front like this. You might expect Leah Schlossen and Amelia Monaghan to be a little bit closer. Of course, plenty of time to go. Good start in lane number 6. That is Molly Main. Every one of these girls well under 2:19. That is 400ths outside of a minute to the halfway mark. That is cracking swimming. Main, Monaghan, Lacey and Sanford all out to 5-6 seconds plus. Really impressed with Molly Main here, 16-year-old out of Dubai. Can she hold on for another 75 metres? In 3 and 5, Amelia Monaghan and Leah Schlossen. I'm going to anticipate them reeling back in Molly Main. I don't think they'll catch Isabel Hindley now. But look at Main go. She's going to absolutely do me wrong, isn't she, Molly Main? Less than a second back to Hindley now. This is wonderful. I will very happily be proven wrong if Molly Main can keep this up. And she's quite clearly racing for first now as opposed to holding off 3rd and 4th in the heat. Can she do it? Isabel Hindley, 25 years old from Brompton, out in front in the white cap. Then Molly Main in the orange cap, 16 years old, much the younger, but very nearly equal in the pool. Fantastic swim from Molly Main, 2:13.79, cracking. Isabel Hindley, 2:12.48 and 2:16s for Schlossen and Monaghan and Oscan as well, sorry. And they will have to wait and see 2 heats to come. They should get quicker. Heats 10 and 11. First of all, in heat number 10, from the far side. We'll just wait for the names to come up for you. We'll read them through together. Just a short delay once again. Got the men's backstroke in the opposite pool. In fact, they're having a restart, hence the slightly longer delay. So I'll just quickly run through heat number 10. You've got Amy West, Kate Morris, Laura Thompson, Evie Dilley, Betsy Wizard, Beatrice Varley, Maisie Thornton, Libby Freeman, Phoebe Cooper and Molly Rudhouse. You will see those on your screen in a second, but then I'll talk through the times, because we've had a 2:12 from Isabella Hindley. Now in 4, Betsy Wizard, she's a 2:13.3 swimmer. Beatrice Varley and Evie Dilley are 2:15 swimmers. We're missing Maisie Thornton. She's also a 2:16 competitor. So that's one less for the rest of the, let's say the 30 fastest swimmers in heats 9, 10, 11 to worry about. So let's see what Betsy Wizard and co can do. One more heat to come after this one. They are racing to get into the finals later on tonight. Final session officially start from 5 PM onwards, so don't miss that. That'll be the same for Saturday and Sunday also. So Cooper your quickest, 2/10 ahead of Wizard. Half a second plus back to Morehouse and Freeman and Thompson. So side by side then. In 7 and 8, Maisie Thornton and Libby Freeman. Sorry, Libby Freeman and Phoebe Cooper. Now, they look identical, don't they, in the red caps and the, what colour is that? Is that turquoise green? But they are different teams. They are Morpeth and Sheffield. And lane number 5, that is Beatrice Varby of Plymouth Leander. So Betsy Wizard, fastest on paper, 2:13 swimmer. What can she do on the freestyle? She's got plenty to do. Currently in 6th place, didn't expect this. So let's just concentrate right at the front. Beatrice Varley, 18-year-old from Plymouth Leander. In lane 2, Lara Thompson, 16-year-old from Leeds. Just inside her in lane number 3, Evie Dilley of Stockton, 15-year-old, and the red cap in this near side, that is Phoebe Cooper of the red cap. But look at this, through the centre in lane number 5, great swim and a great time for Beatrice Varley, 2:14.73. Lara Thompson and Evie Dilley second and third. Disappointing, 2:17.5 for Betsy Wizard. And Phoebe Cooper on this near side, 2:17.26 for 4th place. So will we see Betsy Wizard again? Have to wait and see. We will see Beatrice Varley. And this is our final heat in just a moment's time of our early morning session. So we've enjoyed the 100-metre breaststroke. The conclusion to the women's 200 IM heat coming up in a second. And then from 11:30 onwards, the women's 50-metre breaststroke and the women's 200-metre butterfly. So that'll be from 11:30 onwards. So we have a break at the end of this heat and come back and join us later in the morning. You can finally go and get your breakfast and grab a coffee. Or, of course, you can catch up on the men's action from early this morning. They've had the 50-metre freestyle, currently on the 200-metre backstroke. Just go to the Swim England YouTube channel. Everything you can watch live, or you can come back and watch it a little bit later. all of the action across all 3 days is going to be fully available to you. Anything you've missed, don't worry, you can catch up. But for now, for the next couple of minutes, let's just concentrate on heat number 11, our final heat. Last chance to get into the finals this evening. And fastest on paper by some margin across the entire event is Lily Booker, 20-year-old in lane number 4 out of National Loughborough Centre. 2:11.86 her entry time. Amy Canny in lane 5 next to her, separated by the yellow lane ropes. Plymouth Leander is a 2:14.6. Hanging on nicely at the moment to Lily Booker. Elsewhere, lane number 2, that's Rachel Anderson in the black cap on this near side. Lane number 9, red cap of Annabella Wilkinson of Sheffield.
Come on, Francis, go!
Lane number 3, Abigail Miles, also a Sheffield swimmer, 17 years old.
Go!
And this is a really intelligent swim here by Amy Canny in lane number 5. Almost side by side with Lily Booker. They know they need somewhere in the region of sort of 2:12, 2:15s to guarantee their place in the finals later. Both of these are going for the open final, the 20 and 18-year-olds respectively. And look at this, Amy Canny firing into the freestyle. And she's going to take heat number 11, you know, ahead of Lily Booker. 3 seconds separate them on the entry times. No doubt about it, they are your 1 and 2. But Amy Canny, what a morning for the 18-year-old from Plymouth. And this is going to be a fantastic time, fastest time of the event, of all 11 heats, at 2:10.89. Lily Booker, second or so slower than we anticipated, 2:13.88, but clearly still quick enough to make her way into that open final later. I think they may be lanes 4 and 5 later on in the late afternoon, early evening, but they'll flip from lanes 4 to 5, Canny and Booker. Third place in the heat, Rachel Anderson ahead of Abigail Miles and Caitlin Lansom and Olivia Clare on the far side. So that is the final heat of the session then. Now, we do have a heat start list. So the women's pool, that is the diving board end. So just to confirm then, our next session will begin at 11:30 and we run to what we anticipate around about 12:30. That'll be for the 50-metre backstroke and the 200-metre butterfly. So we will now go on to a break. Great swimming. That's 25 heats we've had already this morning across the 100-metre breaststroke and the 200 IM. Coming up from 11:30 is the women's 50-metre backstroke and the women's 200-metre butterfly. Of course, in the men's pool from 11:40, we have the men's 100-metre butterfly and the men's 50-metre breaststroke. You can watch, if you've got 2 screens, watch all the action happening at the same time, but it is available to you on the Swim England YouTube channel. 2 streams across the weekend during all of our heats. So my name's Ewan. Join me from 11:30 for the women's pool, or my colleague Bob from the men's pool from 11:40. But for now, short break. We'll see you very shortly. Come back from 11:30. Well, hello once again. Good late morning this time, and a very warm welcome to Ponsforge International Sports Centre for the Swim England National Winter Championships 2021. If you're just joining us, of course, welcome. Or if you joined us for the earlier session earlier this morning, welcome back. We've already had 25 heats of swimming, got 20 or so more to go. Just to give you an update on the schedule, what we're going to see now from around about a minute's time onwards, we've got the women's 50-metre backstroke, got 15 heats in that one. And then we have 9 or so heats in the women's 200-metre butterfly. Now, if this is your first bit of action for the day, just to let you know, there are 2 streams, a men's pool and a women's pool. My colleague Bob Barlow is talking you through the men's action today, and I've got all the women's action in the pool. So you can just go onto the Swim England YouTube channel and pick which pool you want to watch. Of course, if you've got 2 tablets or screens in front of you, why not enjoy everything in one go? So we are just moments away from our first heat in the women's 50-metre backstroke. You can see Sophia Pickering, Tegan Matthews and Hannah Morris there on the screen and just waiting to jump in. So this is going to be a fairly short sort of late morning session because we break again in about an hour and a quarter, hour and a half or so. And then we come back at 2 o'clock for the women's 100-metre freestyle and the women's 800-metre freestyle slower heats. So there are plenty of really nice breaks today during the racing. And of course, some fantastic racing when they do get off in the pool. So we are about to go away then with heat number 1. Again, we've got Pickering, Matthews and Morris. 14, 13 and 14-year-olds respectively. Now they are racing across these next 15 heats to get into 2 finals later on from 5 o'clock onwards. They are the open final and the junior final. And despite there being 15 heats, it's remarkable really how close the times are from heats 15 back to 1. So it's not necessarily, as we often see, just the last couple of heats racing to get into the final. We have seen some amazing times from early to middle heats today already to make those way into to be confirmed final. So heat number 1, your first winner is Tegan Matthews, a 30.18. And half a second back to Sophia Pickering and Hannah Morris in 31.26. So a lovely day here in Sheffield. Managed to go for a quick walk during the break. There's a little Christmas market up on the high street. And it is fairly fair weather, although a little bit chilly. It is, as your mum might say, big coat weather. Heat number 2 of the 50 back. You've got Lacey Roberts on the far side, then Isabel Blackhurst, Gracie Comyn, Isabella Ocaro, Matilda Pennington, Thomasina Grove, Isabel Woolard, Martha Stead and Vanessa Sirmamova. So we're expecting times around about 30 seconds or so for the earlier heats, and then we get as quick as 26.5, 27 by the time we get to heat number 15. So just 3.5 seconds separating up to 150 athletes in this event. So a good swim, like I've already said in the earlier heats, and you never know, you absolutely could be sneaking into one of those finals later on. So heat number 2, lane 7, Martha Stead with her fingertips out in front, 30.16. Then we jump over to lane 0 with Lacey Roberts and Isabella Woolard, your top 3 in heat number 2. And these 15 heats are going to absolutely fly by. This will be a fairly short session because we've only got after this, let me just confirm, how many is it? How many heats in the 200 butterfly? 11 heats in there. And they're around 2.5 minutes. So you're going to get, if you're watching swimming all day, you're going to get some lovely breaks today. And the men's action in the North Pool, or the scoreboard end pool, however you like to call it here in Sheffield, they're going to get underway in just a couple of moments' time. So if you're looking for the men's 100-metre butterfly or the men's 50-metre breaststroke, that is on a separate stream. Heat 3, you've got Daisy Gilder, Lavinia Ricker, Elena Erdley, Charlotte Harding, Laura Broadbent, Alice Kerslake, Erin Yeomanson, Olivia Gregory, Katie Delolio and Kazume Butler. So range of ages in the pool, 15 to 18 years old in this heat. It is lane number 2. Alina Eardley, 30.16. Charlotte Harding, 30.45. And then on this near side, 30.67 for Bizume Butler. Lovely to see the galleries filling up here in Sheffield. And they do stretch from entirely one end of the venue to the other. Got two 25-metre pools, of course, Olympic when it needs to be, and a great diving pool too. And they are spread out the entire 75-80 metres of the venue length. Heat number 4 from the far side, Gabrielle Freeman, Lucy Turner, Imogen Sargent, Lucy Block, Ella Turner, Catherine Kearney, Fenella Woodice, Amelia Childs, Eloise Cole, and Tia Cruz in 9. So you see the pool in the background there. The gents are going to be getting underway in just a couple of moments' time. So the green cap in lane number 5, that is Catherine Kearney, 17-year-old from Hart. So we'll just wait for that timing to come up officially. And even on the in the venue here, we're still seeing heat number 3 on the scoreboard. Pretty sure about you winning there, but it'll all be looked after behind the scenes for you.
In the women's pool, 50-metre backstroke, heat 5.
And on to heat number 5. The winner in that previous heat was Catherine Kearney. Time still to be confirmed. But heat 5 from the far side, Annabelle Crees, Kezia Titterton, Emily Mears-Bentley, Erin Stewart, Alex McGill, Laura McRobbie, Mia Collier, Annabelle Cottrell, Georgia Holgate and Lottie Roberts.
In the men's pool, 100-metre butterfly, heat 1.
Lane 2, Emily Mears-Bentley, 17-year-old from the city of Leicester. Just going to hold on in the last couple of metres. 29.8, first girl under 30 seconds through heat 5. And 29.8 is an entry time good enough to get her into heat 9 or 10. Now, to make it into a final, either the Open or the Junior, you're looking at around about in the high 28s is going to be that kind of time you're looking for to make it into a final. Finals from 5 p.m. onwards. Now the gents are now underway in the North Pool. Big thank you to our sponsors for the event. Swim England, of course. It's the National Winter Championships. You've got TIA, Sport England, Merthyr Pools, Sport Systems, and Sheffield City Trust. And I can't tell you the number of referees, officials, volunteers that go on behind the scenes to make this event happen. It's a long old 3-day weekend. I got here myself about 7:30 this morning, and I was one of the last to arrive. It's a really early start these days. It's all worth it once we get racing. It's lane number 3 again. And this time, in lane number 3, it is Jade Blake. 29.9, so our second and third times there under 30 seconds. Annabelle Chan 700ths under the half minute. And third place, Ella Williams, just 800ths outside. So for the next couple of heats, we should start getting down to maybe the mid-29s. Certainly starting to get the entry times in that kind of range. And I'm going to do my absolute best to keep on top of the top few fastest times as we go through, so we can get some sort of indication about what these girls need to do to make it into their finals. So Heat 7, already halfway through this event. Charlie Joyce, Madison Langley, Laura Ann Marshman, Jessica Lawton, Bella Hodges, Oriana Knoll, Isabel McRoberts, Jessica Meller, Gina Warrior and Madeline Soper. Now, if you weren't with us this morning, you will get these just ever so slight delays to the starts of races because we have two pools running at the same time. We need to make sure one race has started and they've gotten away by a good 5-10 seconds before we can then move to getting the opposite pool started. Having two pools operating does save a huge amount of time, of course, halves the time needed in the actual heats. Going well early in Heat 7. So Isabel McRoberts, 14-year-old from Birmingham in lane number 6 in the white cap. Just outside the yellow lane ropes. It's going to be taken away by Laura Ann Marshman. 30 seconds right on the button. And McRoberts finishes third in the end, 3400th outside the half minute. 1200ths behind Madison Langley in second place. So to the right-hand side of your screen there, you can see that the diving pool, that's been used as the warm-up pool during heats. They do have a good 30 minutes or so before each session to warm up in the main pools. Anytime after that, they can swim down or do a bit of extra warm-up in the diving pool. And it's a real shame you can't see the crowd on the far side. It's just lovely to see an indoor venue in the UK with some sport going on and people enjoying themselves. There is it might seem a bit quiet, it's just a very respectful hush, because there are races starting all the time with two pools. So you just need to be aware that you're not screaming for somebody that you love in one pool, whilst the other one is trying to get a race started. That will not be the case for the finals from 5 o'clock onwards. Just using the North Pool. Myself and Bob Ballard, a name and voice you'll recognise from swimming at Olympics and World Championships. Going to be alongside me. He's currently commentating on the men's pool. And heat number 8 from the far side, you've got India Sharp, Libby Monday, Hazel McGonigal, Katie Bamborough, Cara O'Toole, Jennifer Horn, Lisa Barzaghi, Hailey Harris, Bethan Endicott and Grace Conroy. Half of these girls capable of sub-30s. How many of them can make it happen in the heats? Centre lanes 4 and 5 going for it. And it is Cara O'Toole behind Jennifer Horn. Yep, 29.8, 200 separating the top two. And then another sub-30 courtesy of Hailey Harris. And these times will continue to tumble. O'Toole and Horn, both 18-year-olds, so looking at open final times. Don't think that'll be good enough, unfortunately, but still good swims, sub-30. Anything sub-30 in the 50 metres is really top-quality swimming. These are the best of English swimmers in the country at these national finals. Heat 9, Annabelle Wilkinson, Isabel Eiley, Sophie Bromley, Georgina Botts, Amy Brown, Emma Hodgson, Zoe Ryan, Gracie Kay, Amber Ranson and Francesca Whiting. Nice starts across the pool. Lane 0, Annabelle Wilkinson, 16-year-old from Sheffield on this near side, and the lime green mount suit, Amber Ransom, 16-year-old representing Atlantis. All these girls 29 and something seconds on the entry times. And look at that, Emma Hodgson, lovely, 29.56, great second 25 of the heat. Isabel Eiley and Sophie Bromley, your top three. That's 7 times under 30 seconds. On to heat number 10, already approaching our final 5 heats before we move on to the 200-metre butterfly.
In the women's pool, 50-metre backstroke, heat 10.
Taking part, heat 10, Hannah Woodcock. Just wait for the names and I'll read you through them. And if they don't, I'll just rush through. There we go. Hannah Woodcock, Ella Riggle, Hannah Willis, Amara Addison, Laura Mills, Emma Cruikshanks, Megan Pye, Imogen Vollins, Connie Milburn and Georgina Chadwick. Quick start from Amara Addison in 3. The blue swimsuit right out in the front there on this near side, red cap, Georgia Chadwick, City of Sheffield, 17-year-old, having a strong second half. In lane number 3, quick start and quick finish for Amara Addison, 28.95, first girl under 29 seconds. Great times for second and third too, Hannah Willis and Georgina Chadwick.
100-metre butterfly, heat 6.
So 28.95 through heat 10, the new fastest time to beat. Again, 20 spots up for grabs, including the Open and the junior final. The Open is simply the fastest 10 regardless of age, and then the fastest 10 under 18s outside those top 10 compete for the junior final.
In the women's pool, 50-metre backstroke, heat 11.
Heat number 11 from lane 0 on the far side, Zoe Causey, Eleanor Fazy, Madison Peveler, Charlotte Moores, Yasmin Hammerlane, Kate Mills, Catherine Elland, Grace Waller, Holly Widows and Lauren Bradley Holt. Always so little to separate over 50 metres. It is very, very fine margins. And again, you've got 5 or 6 to call through. Orange cap in lane number 7. That is Grace Waller of Basildon Phoenix. Does she get it? We'll find out in a moment. I think she was probably top 3. Yasmin Hamlin's taken it unofficially at the moment, 29.38. Eleanor Fazy was also 29.5 seconds, so I'll have to leave you hanging on that one. It will all be confirmed for you, don't worry. Heat 12, Jasmine Eiley, Prince Rainer, Blythe Kinsman, Isabel Renwick, Sophie Maguire, Kidias Hodgson, Izzy May Reeves, Abigail Jolly, Lily Mae Marston and Jemima Hall.
In the women's pool, 50-metre backstroke, heat 12.
So heading into the very low 29s on the entries now. We've already seen one sub 29. We think anything around about mid 28s and lower is going to be a kind of time to make it into one of the finals. There are swimmers capable of 26.5, like Cassie Wild, Olympian from Stirling. She goes in heat number 14. And the green cap in lane number 3. That is Isabella Renwick, 18-year-old from Millfield. Your early leader in Southern. Abigail Jolly of Leeds University, 19-year-old. But there is no way I'm going to be calling this one because there are 9 of them involved. My goodness, it's Prince Rainer, 28.97. Let's look how close these times are. 1/10 back to Isabel Renwick, a 100th back to Kidias Hodgson, another 10th back to Jemima Hall. We said these were close. That's quite ridiculous though, isn't it? About 4/10 separating the top 6 or 7 on that one. It's a tie for 5th between May Reeves and Jolly. Heat number 13, 2 more to come after this 50 metres. You've got Annabelle Smith on the far side, Alicia Mestri, Emily Ford, Charlotte Cullen, Lauren Fox, Chloe Golding, Amelia Robertson, Libby Freeman, Sophie de Groot and Molly Garrett. Lauren Cox, in 4. And she's the fastest on paper. She's the 3rd fastest, in fact, out of all the 15 heats, with a 26.98 entry, 20-year-old from Loughborough. Quick start from Chloe Golding, 23-year-old in lane number 5, City of Manchester aquatic swimmer. But here we go. These are the 3 heats now where the centre 2 lanes should be out in front, taking that advantage. They are the 6 fastest swimmers, the next 3 2 centre lanes. Lauren Cox and Chloe Golding. And they are your top 2. 27.40. Look at the difference in times here. 27.46 and 27.72 for Golding and Cox. Then 3rd place, 28.45. Still a fantastic time from Elysia Mastri. But just recognising the difference now as we get into the business end of this event. On to heat number 14, penultimate heat. Leah Evans, Caitlin Ebbidge, Alexandra Waller, Emma Scobie, Cassie Wild, Isabel Hindley, Georgina Pryor, Sophie Shaw, Amelia Magliocco and Gemma Atherley. Cassie Wild in lane number 4. One of our Team GB Tokyo Olympians in the pool this week, and there are, I think, 9 of Team GB Olympians here in Sheffield. Cassie Wild taking part in the 100-metre medley relay, 4x1, 100-metre backstroke and the 200-metre backstroke, so clearly a backstroke specialist is Cassie Wild. So taking part in the European Championships this year, the Commonwealth Games and the Gold Coast 2018. So she is one of the classiest athletes in the field this week, and she leads in lane number 4, 26.92 her entry time. It's going to be the fastest time, I think, of the event so far. 27.82, 3rd fastest time for Cassie Wild. That'll be good enough to get her into the open final later on from 5 o'clock. 2nd place in the heat, Georgina Pryor, and the top 3 rounded out by Sophie Shaw. One heat to come, heat number 15. Tegan Drew, Heather Whitcomb, Charlie Jones, Katerina Avramova, Emily Crane, Leah Whitaker, Katie Latham, Honey Osrin, Tatjana Tosteven and Elena Pedersen. Emily Crane, 23-year-old from Colville in lane 4. Quickest entry time of the lot, 26.87. Already had a couple of sub-27s. Can she make it another? She's going to lead at the halfway mark. Closely followed by Ekaterina Avramova in lane number 3. In 5, Leah Whitaker, also one of the fastest coming in. It's just 16-year-old Whitaker from Mount Kelly, 27.07 her entry time. No doubt whatsoever about your winner though. Emily Crane, 26.95, gets her spot in the final later on. Ekaterina Avramova, also 27.31, and Leah Whitaker might even make her way into the open final, let alone the junior, in 27.79 for third place in the heat. Other good times to mention, of course, Katie Latham there, 28.04. Wait and see if that gets her a spot in one of the finals. And then in 5th place, it was Tatiana Tostevin, 28.64. And that concludes the heats. Then for the 50-metre backstroke for the girls, we now move on to the 200-metre butterfly. And we are going to see, let me just confirm, 11 heats, yes, in the 200-metre butterfly.
The first heat of the 200-metre butterfly, heat 1.
There's 4 taking part in heat 1. Zayan Shankar in 3, and Lucy Ellis, Molly Briggs and Gia Hothersall. Let's have a look, just based on timings, just having a run through. We do get down as low as well. We've got Emily Large in heat number 11, who is a 2:05 swimmer. She's an absolute class of her own. Other times in the faster heats, heats 9, 10 and 11, are in the low teens, the 2:12s, 2:13s, 2:14s. In the earlier heats, anticipate mid 2:20s, 2:27 officially for these 4 in the pool. As we've seen so many times already this morning, and we will do throughout the entire day and weekend, is performances to end the season on a high. Personal bests, and we'll keep our eye out for any English and British best times. The halfway mark in lane number 4 is Ellis, 16-year-old from Rotherham. And all 3 girls are 16-year-olds, just Gia Hothersall, 15 years old. She is in lane number 6, the near side to the camera. And 50 to go, 1:46.48. Just over a second back to Shankar. But as you can see there, nothing separating them now. 25 to turn. And 2 little races of 2 currently. Shankar and Ellis. And Briggs and Hothersall are going against each other. Or can Molly Briggs bring herself back into the fight for second place? Heat number 1 will go to lane 3. And the winning time, it's not Lucy Ellis, this is a 2:26.96 and 2:26.26 for Shankar. There you go. Thought it was a little bit separated them. 0.7 of a second in the end. Molly Briggs third place, and Hothersall completing heat number 1.
In the women's pool, 200-metre butterfly, heat 2.
Heat 2, Lily Grover, Annabelle Russell, Leah Whiteman, Yasmin Jones, Eleanor Broughton, Eve Horton, Neve Carroll, Emily Toms, Chloe McCall and Ruby Lloyd. Outside lanes, quickest to the first turn. Lily Grover, 14-year-old from Wyre Forest in lane 0, and Ruby Lloyd, 16-year-old from Swansea on this near side in the bright pink swimsuit. And they have started really well, as has Chloe McCall. Lane number 8, 15 years old. Now I have on good authority that Sheffield is the fastest, if not the fastest pool in the country. We do often, been to Sheffield plenty of times myself, and you do see lots of records broken in Sheffield. Here at the British Universities Championship last 2 weekends ago, there were 13 Bucks records broken. A couple that had stood for over a decade as well. And apparently, to do with the perfect depth of the water, they might have been pulling my leg here, but the perfect depth of the water, and also the gas they used to chlorinate the pool. And that was an official spokesperson too. So don't quote me, quote them. Far side, lane 0. Lily Grover of Wyre Forest, still going really nicely. That is Ruby Lloyd on the near side. Lane 2, that's Leah Whiteman, 16-year-old West Norfolk. Yeah, the only two within a second of Grover. And now the war of attrition really starts to kick in. Coming up to 50 to go. Who's left enough in the reserves? I'll tell you what, Leah Whiteman's coming through nicely in lane 2. She's already caught up and maybe overtaken your long-time leader, Lily Grover. Then you got lane 7, that's Emily Toms, 15-year-old from Crawley in the blue cap, 3 lanes up. And this is going to be a really close finish after these two leading for a long time. They might not even be, oh, Ruby Lloyd gets it, my goodness, 2:25.05. I thought that was going to be Leah Whiteman, I was miles off visually. 2:25.82 for Whiteman for 3rd place. And second, Eleanor Broughton. What a great finish for Broughton then in lane number 4. And Lily Grover, look at that, leading for so long. Has to settle for 6th place. But 2:25 for Ruby Lloyd. That is the quickest time we've seen so far. 2 heats in, plenty of time to go. And that fastest time will just keep on falling. And if you have just joined us on the women's pool stream, just to let you know, if you're looking for the men's racing, there is 2 streams available across the weekend, the men's pool and the women's pool running at exactly the same time. So you can get both streams up if you've got 2 screens. Commentary might get a bit complicated. Got my colleague Bob Ballard covering the men's pool today. And then from 5 o'clock onwards, we have the finals, all take place in one pool. And myself and Bob will talk you through that together. So just a delay here as we're getting one of the men's 100-metre butterfly races started. Of course, can't start 2 races at once. Cause all sorts of havoc, wouldn't it? And again, the venue is fairly well packed here. Has been since first thing this morning. But they do need to keep their cheers just muted slightly And just be conscious of what's happening in both pools as you cheer for one and another one is waiting for the starting gun. So here we go then, heat number 3, we can get underway. Natasha McDonald, Niamh Hosselander, Desponi Giannaka, Charlotte Smith, Jodie Dilks, Bethan Endicott, Valerie Giron, Charlotte White, Isabella Vaughan and Jessica Shaw. Heat number 3 of 11 in the women's 200 butterfly.
In the men's 50-meter breaststroke, heat 3.
So lane number 6, Valerie Giron. And Charlotte White in lane number 7. Very early leaders. Bit of a struggle so far for Bethan Endicott, second fastest on paper in the heat. Just losing some ground in the opening 100 metres. The bright pink cap of Bethan Endicott. Sorry, lane 6, of course, it's Valerie Giron, 16-year-old from Hatfield. She leads the way by 0.3 of a second. A couple of hundreds back to Gina Kaki. Gina Kaki is going to take a lead into the final 50 metres. Charlotte Smith in lane 3 from Norwich, 14-year-old. Who's going to go side by side with her.
In the men's 50-meter breaststroke, heat 4.
So final turn, Giannakaki and Smith. Both 14, Milton Keynes versus Norwich. Fastest time so far, we've had a couple in the 2:25s. Can they nip anything under that? In lane number 1, best of the rest, Niamh Hosselander. And it is a great swim from Desponi Giannakaki, 2:20.88. That is tumbled down that fastest time. Charlotte Smith with all the 2s. Just a shame she wasn't in lane 2 for that one. In third place, Niamh Hosselander, 2:24.35. Giannakaki, she'll be proud of that time, 2:20.88. Based on heats alone, that's enough to get her into heats 7 and 8. So swimming well above her entry time. And that's the new line in the sand. Heat number 3 from the far side. Hannah Wilkes, Hannah Willis, Tilly McHugh, Isabel Sherring, Isabel Hayes, Rowan Seister, Abby Ruddle, Evie Tinsley, Zara Davies, Kate Cotter and Freya Peace. Black cap in lane 6 is Eve Tinsley, 15-year-old from Newcastle. She'll take a 7/10 lead for the first quarter of this race. In 5, Abby Ruddle, 18-year-old from Loughborough. And I just got my eye on the far side, lane 0, that's Hannah Willis, 16-year-old from Peterborough. Four or 5 swimmers behind your front 3. Lanes 2, 3, 5 and 8. But it's still Tinsley, Willis, And now Shering in third place. But look at that, 1.5 seconds separating the top 7. And now it's coming back, isn't it? Zara Davies in lane 7. She's in all green. She's coming through really nicely. Takes the lead into the final 60 metres. In lanes 2 and 3, that's Isabel Shering and Isabel Hayes. 15 and 17-year-olds. Now, this will be an interesting final 50. On the far side, still in this, Hannah Willis, currently 4th place. But we've seen things change a lot in this heat alone in the course of 25 metres. So in 7, can Zara Davies hold on? 15 years old, second youngest girl in the pool. Or can Isabella Hayes or Isabella Shering do anything about this? This is going to be really tight. Red cap on the far side in lane number 2. She's going to steal it at the end. She does. Isabel Shering, my goodness, that's naughty, isn't it? 2:22.94. Ahead of Hayes, 2:22.95, 100th of a second separating the two Isabellas. And Zara Davies, 3rd place with a 2:23.32. Very enjoyable. Heat number 4.
In the women's pool 200-meter butterfly, heat 5.
Moving on to heat number 5, almost halfway through this event, and 3/4 of the way through this, I'm going to call it a mini session, because we get another break in about 15 minutes time before we come back at 2 o'clock for our final section of heats for the day. And just so you're ahead of time, that's the women's 100-meter freestyle heats and the slower 800-meter freestyle heats. There's no qualifying for the final in the 800 metres. It will just be a fastest heat swum last. That's not to say the top 3 are guaranteed gold, silver, bronze. Of course, if you're in one of the slower heats or the quickest of the slower heats and you put an incredible time in, still legitimately could get yourself a medal. But the fastest 10 swimmers will go in one heat in the finals session. But for now, let's just concentrate on the heats in the 200-meter butterfly. Heat number 5 coming up. One of our men's races just getting underway to the far left-hand side of what you can see. And just make sure they are away and no false starts, and then we can go. So from lane 0, Oriana Wheeler, Evangeline Belt, Gemma Dilks, Macy Oxall, Hannah Peter, Olivia Newman-Baronius, Emily Lambert, Lauren Barras, Rosie Smith and Millie Wells. So Newman-Baronius in the red cap in lane number 5 in the middle. On this near side, Millie Wells, 14 years old from Ellesmere in the black cap. Quickest through 50 metres. Still with all of our younger athletes at the moment, anything from 14, we've actually got one 18-year-old in this one, that's Hannah Peter in lane number 4. But other than that, all in the junior category. Olivia Newman-Baronius maintaining that lead in 5. It's far from a healthy advantage. Just to maintain this effort in lane number 2, Gemma Dilk, 16-year-old from Tiverton. She's coming through in the latter stages.
In the men's pool, 50-metre breaststroke, heat 9.
So 50 to go. It's as you were through the first 50 metres and 100. No change. Newman Baronius ahead of Dilks. Fastest on paper is Hannah Peter, 18-year-old from Swansea. Currently in 5th position. On the far side, Oriana Wheeler. 16-year-old going nicely. But Newman Baronius, don't think she's going to be caught. Grand effort from Gemma Dilks throughout. She will take, I'm fairly certain of a solid 2nd place, and 3rd place still to be decided. Does go to Oriana Wheeler on the far side, lane 0. Yeah, she had a good second half to that race. Newman Baronius, 2:21.68, 2nd fastest time we've seen so far through 5 heats. Gemma Dilks, 2nd place, 2:23.16, and a good finish again for Wheeler, 2:23.28.
200-metre butterfly, heat 6.
Heat 6, Isabel Jobson, Megan Davies, Callie Ramshaw, Lydia Crawford, Nuria Nassar, Alicia Kova, Georgia Holgate, Evie Johnson, Leah Fleur and Poppy Mead. See quick starters in lanes 1 and 8. Megan Davey, 16-year-old from Coventry, and Layla Flower, 17-year-old from Leatherhead. Second separating the top 5 through 50 metres. And once again, we see, I know these times are really, really close, and it's maybe a little bit of a mistake to concentrate in the early heats on the centre lanes, but again they seem to struggle at the moment. This time it's Nuria Nassar and Alicia Corva. Plenty of time, of course, but just an observation early on in several of these heats is the outside lanes that seem to be stretching away with the early leads. Maintained by Megan Davies in lane number 1. Now on this near side in lane 8, still Layla Flower. There your top 2, then you look to lane 0 and lane 3. Isabel Jobson and Lydia Crawford. Poppy Mead making a move into the top 4 with that 50 to go. And 3 seconds now across the top 3, then you're 3+ and down to 4 and 5 seconds, so plenty to do for those behind that top 4. And this is turning into a really top swim from Megan Davies. A really solid 200 metres for the Coventry swimmer. 2:22.56 is entry time. But what a great final 25. Hang on a second from Layla Flower. Can she nick it? No, she can't. But my goodness me. Put in a stretch at the end. 2:19.56 against 2:19.96. Davies ahead of Flower. 2 fastest times so far. The first girl's under 2:20, and 3rd place in the heat was a quick finishing Poppy Mead, 2:22.42.
In the women's pool, 200-metre butterfly, heat 7.
Heat number 7, Ella Bloxage, Lacey Roberts, Alice Weston, Marissa Booth, Frederica Gibellini, Jo Hobsley, Olivia Sheehan, Matilda Ransom, Lucy Turner and Harriet Smith. So you hear those whistles in the background. That is for one of our men's 50-metre breaststroke races underway. Now our girls can get going. Off we go. Heat 7 of 11. Super starts in lane number 3. That's Marissa Booth, 16-year-old from Wickham. Oh, look at that. They were tied at the top. Ransom and Sheehan, both on 31.06. 400ths back to Gibellini. So 400ths of a second separating your top 3 at the quarter-way stage. It's a strong first 100 from Matilda Ransom, 15-year-old from Cambridge. Turns that into a 0.61 advantage over Sheehan and then Gibellini, so still your same top 3. The distance has moved somewhat. Marissa Booth, Frederica Gibellini and Olivia Sheehan doing everything they can to chase down Matilda Ransom in Southern. And you're very, very early just through the first 25 metres, and the quickest starter, who was Marissa Booth, she's come back into this one very strongly now, really competing against Matilda Ransom. And they will go neck and neck into the final 10 metres. We've had a couple of sub-220s. I'm certain we're going to get at least 2 more. Could be sub-219s here. What can they hit the board at? Just outside. So we'll wait for the time of Marissa Booth. There it is, 2:19.51 for second place. 900ths behind Matilda Ransom, 2:19.42 in the end. And just a couple of hundreds inside 2:21, Olivia Sheehan. So another great heat to watch. Never know these until you hit the final 50 metres. Well, in that case, the final 25. Some really nice comebacks in these longer events. Just an interesting race there, wasn't it, from Marissa Booth. Really quick start. Modest middle, and then a quick finish. Heat number 8, Olivia Hunter, Emily Brooke, Molly Chambers, Isla Jones, Kate Baxter, Ija Coe, Caris O'Reilly, Faye McDonough, Ariana Knoll and Kate Morris. I was going to say there's not a lot to separate the top ones up there, and 8,700 separating the top 8. Caris O'Reilly, black cap in lane 6 and the green swimsuit. There she is with her hands out in front. So now a slightly clearer leader through the halfway mark. What's it going to be? Just over half a second to Chambers and Baxter. 1+ to Coe, Hunter and Morris. Entry times for these girls, every single woman in the pool under 2:20. In fact, a 2:18s for O'Reilly and Coe. And in lanes 6 and 5. And you'll have what looks like a three-woman race into the final 50 metres. I'm sure up in lane 0, Olivia Hunter says she's still involved in this one. But it's 2, 4 and 6. It's Molly Chambers, Katie Baxter and Caris O'Reilly are your top three. 25 to go then. Back for the final time. Just 3 heats to come after this one. This is where they're looking to get into finals. These are the times they're setting for those final 3 heats. And this is going to be the quickest by a margin for Kate Baxter, 2:16.56. She'll be delighted with that one. 18-year-old from Winchester. Second place to Molly Chambers, 2:18. 19-year-old from Doncaster. And then Caris O'Reilly, also just outside 2:18. Another of our 18-year-olds. So those all three all going for the open final. At 2:16.56 is the time for the likes of, who have we got coming up? Isabel Goodwin, Maisie Thornton in heat 10, Betsy Withers and Sophie Freeman in heat 11, Emily Large and Maisie Elliott. They take up the centre lanes in our final 3 heats. Heat 9, Yasmin Sheffield is in lane 0 on the far side, and Frances New, Lucy Fox, Sarah Kalowska, Isabel Goodwin, Maisie Thornton, Ekaterina Price, Emma Erskine, Eliza Pinkstone and Arielle Honsberger. And look at this for a quick start from Isabel Goodwin. She is the standout swimmer in this heat. A 2:10.42 for the 17-year-old from Leeds is her entry time. And it's the 5th fastest of all. What have we got? 108 swimmers competing in this event. And it's the first time we've seen a body length advantage at the halfway. Yellow cap, pink swimsuit of Isabel Goodwin.
In the men's 50-metre breaststroke, heat 19.
And the race behind her in lanes 2, 3, 5 and 6. Lucy Fox, Sarah Kalowska, Maisie Thornton and Ekaterina Price. Surely less than half a second to separate those 4. Just that one time missing from the board there. Yeah, 197 up to 226, 3/10 separating those 4 swimmers. And they're not just chasing Goodwin, they are chasing a time to get into the final from 5 o'clock onwards this evening. But an absolutely dominant swim from Goodwin, and we will see her later on tonight. Will we see the girls coming in behind her? Winning time 2:11.52. Lucy Fox the best of the rest, 2:14.36. Then Price and Thornton. They will have to wait and see, but no doubt about it, Isabel Goodwin raced her way into that final with a 2:11.52. Penultimate heat up next. Heat number 10 of 11. From the far side, Ellie O'Keefe, Amy Corcoran, Molly Roodhouse, Fleur Lewis, Sophie Freeman, Betsy Wizard, Ashley Bailey, Ella Chown, Rachel Hornby and Charlotte Johnson. Now, as you saw from Isabel Goodwin in heat number 9, expect similar from Sophie Freeman in lane number 4 here. She's one of only 2 women in the field to go to sub 210, so 209.5. Just below her is Betsy Wizard. Already had a good day, Betsy Wizard, 18-year-old from Northampton. The youngest in the pool in lane number 6. Ashley Bailey, 15-year-olds from Sheffield. So if she can't make it to the open final, no doubt she'll be looking at a junior final spot. And you have a top 2, Freeman and Wizard. So we've already seen a 2:11.52 from Goodwin in heat number 9. Wizard and Freeman hit the halfway mark in 1:02.75 and plus 500s. So they are definitely in range for that time or quicker. And Betsy Wizard, 2.5 seconds slower on the entry times than Sophie Freeman. But really a professional controlled swim in lane number 5. And she's extended the advantage by 0.4 of a second over the third 50 metres. Let's just a little look a bit back. You've got Corcoran, Lewis and Bailey. And if you take away the top 2, they're still having great swims with great times in the low 2:10s. But they've just been overshadowed by particularly Betsy Wizard. Again, the 18-year-old from Northampton, leading Sophie Freeman. What times are they going to set down? Could it go sub 2:10? Just outside. Betsy Wizard 2:10.11 and 2:11.45. Both of those times quicker than the time set by Goodwin in heat number 9. That's pretty much guarantees their place in their respective finals. And Ashley Bailey, youngest in the field, 2:19.09. I think we'll see her a little bit later on as well.
In the women's pool, 200-metre butterfly, heat 11.
Final heat then of this mini session. From the far side, lane 0, Millie Checkley, Chloe Harris, Lottie Wynne-Jones, Lucy Thornton, Emily Large, Maisie Elliott, Amber Keegan, Amy Brownbridge, Kira Noon and Erica Pasakin-Skatey. Now Emily Large, lane 4, 20-year-old from Bath at 2:05.45 is her entry time. So if you thought Betsy Wizard and Sophie Freeman were quick, that's 4 seconds quicker on paper. But paper is not in the pool. And through the first 50 metres, lane number 8, Kira Noon, 21-year-old from Bristol. She leads Large and Keegan. And now she starts to come through 75, Emily Large. Lane number 6 in the black cap, Amber Keegan, 24-year-old from Sheffield. Makes up your top 3 alongside Kira Noon. Halfway stage. It's almost bang on the time a halfway that Betsy Wizard and Sophie Freeman were swimming in heat number 10. So we've got a good idea now of Emily Large's second half of this swim and how it compares to the likes of Wizard and Freeman. That lead growing and growing. I don't think she'll come back to the pack now. She'll just keep slowly moving away. Amber Keegan and Kira Noon in 6 and 8. Still your second and third place. In fact, Brownbridge on the timing has come through. a tenth ahead of noon. And it's all about Emily Large's time. We know she'll be in the final. Will she be in lane number 4 alongside Betsy Wizard? She certainly will be. 2:10.11 was the time to beat. And it's a 2:10.03, only just in the end. I thought it was going to be a little bit quicker than that. Maybe just took the foot off the pedal in the closing stages just to save a little bit of energy for the final later on. But Emily Large takes it 2:10.03. Amber Keegan was in second place throughout that race, 2:13.75. Kira Noon lost out in the end, 6th place, because Lucy Thornton came through at the end, 2:15.21, as did Amy Brownbridge and Maisie Elliott. So we shall wait and see the official confirmation of our finalists later on. But for now, we go into another little break, and we're going to be back with you at 2 o'clock. The swimming starts here in the women's pool. So you've got about an hour and 25 minutes to go and enjoy some lunch, grab a coffee, or maybe do some work even. But for the time being here at the Swim England National Winter Championships at Ponds Forge International Sports Centre, thank you for joining me. Do come back from 2 o'clock onwards for more fantastic heat action. Well, hello, good afternoon, and welcome back to Ponds Forge International Sports Centre for the next of our heats in the Swim England National Winter Championships 2021. Plenty of action already this morning and earlier in this afternoon, and this is now our final little session of heats before we go into our finals from 5 o'clock this afternoon. So coming up now, we've got the women's 100 metre freestyle heats. We've got 17 heats in this. And then we've got classed as the slower heats in the women's 800 metre freestyle, because that will not be qualifying for the afternoon's final. The final will be swam as the fastest heat in the women's 800 metre. So for the time being, 17 heats in the women's 100 metre freestyle. Heat number 1 from lane 2, you've got Olivia Lloyd-Jones, Millie Martin, Madison Peveler, Holly Wilson and Sophie Sion. And then from 5 o'clock, our final session. Now, if this is your first time today listening to us or watching with us, first of all, thank you for joining us. You may not be aware, we do have 2 pools operating here in Sheffield, the women's pool and the men's pool. Both streams are available for you to watch. The men's racing gets back underway in about 10 minutes' time on a separate stream, but you can absolutely watch both at the same time if you've got 2 screens. So the women's getting underway in just a moment. You can see the swimmers there ready in heat number 1. And just be aware, if you're looking for the men's racing, that is on a separate stream. Simply just click on the icon that you're already there. Just minimise the screen you're on if it's not already. Click the Swim England icon to go to the Swim England YouTube channel. And there will be 2 streams available to you, the men's pool and the women's pool. My colleague Bob Ballard, a name and a voice you'll recognise from swimming events such as Olympic Games, Commonwealth Games, World Championships. He is taking on the men's pool. And we will come together for the finals later on, which of course all takes place just in one pool, one location for you, and we can enjoy that all in one big group. But for the time being, we are underway in heat number 1. Again, 17 heats in this 100 metre freestyle event. And we're looking for times around about, well, sub 1 minute. There's 17 heats, so we've got roughly 165 swimmers taking part in this event. And every single one of these is capable of a sub 60 second 100 metre freestyle. They do get fairly rapid, of course, the further we go through the heats. And what is going to be the first marker time put down on the board? It is a 57.88 from Olivia Lloyd-Jones. She takes heat number 1. And not just under a minute, they're all under 59 seconds. So let's just have a little jump ahead to the heat number 17. So you're looking at times roughly in the 53, 54 seconds at the absolute top end of this event. So only 5 or 6 seconds separating the entire 165 woman field. And they're racing to get into 2 finals later on. There's the open final, which is every age category. This will be the fastest 10 across the heats. And then behind that, you've got the junior final, which is the fastest 10 under 18s. Anybody not also competing in the open final, because as a junior, you can absolutely make it into that open final. So the 10 fastest under 18s not in the open final then compete for the junior final. So heat number 2 already underway. You've got from lane 0, Elina Ainsworth, Lottie Roberts, Charlotte Room, Madison Johnson, Holly Marshall, Alice Young, Rosie Richards, Millie Foster, Isabel Eiley, Mabel Hayes. And early on, Isabel Eiley, the 16-year-old from Hackney. She is second from bottom on your screen in the black cap. And what sort of time can she set? In lane number 4, Holly Marshall coming fairly close. There's 57.81 fastest for heat number 2. Holly Marshall and Rosie Richards are second and third. Every swimmer, again, under 1 minute. Shouldn't see any, if many at all, over the 60-second mark. And we'll slowly make our way down to the mid-50s and see if anybody can do something particularly special. We do have some names you'll recognise later on in this event, most notably Abby Wood of Loughborough, one of the Team GB Tokyo Olympians. There's 9 from Team GB across the weekend taking part. From the top in lane heat number 3, Elena Ardley, Anna Uren, Lucy Quill, Yasmin Hammerlane, Orleth McAndrew, Olivia Kerr-Muir, Francesca Whiting, Leah Bowen, Nimone Rogers and Josephine Klein. And spread right across the pool in terms of your leaders. 3, 7 and 9 are Hammerlane, Bowen and Klein. They will be your top 3. Hammerlane leading them home 57.69 ahead of Klein and Bowen. Just 1,400 separating those two, and half a second behind your heat winner Hammerlane. So having a really good day here in Sheffield. Weather's fairly nice. So I had a nice walk down the high street to get a little bit of lunch. Nice atmosphere. All the so many swimmers here this week. And they do tend to sort of hang about. You see them walking back and forth through the town. Of course, only with their special potions and fruit and salads. Big last competition of the year for them. And it's been an incredible year. European Championships, a delayed Tokyo Olympics. And I was lucky enough to be at the Olympic trials up in Manchester. That seems like a lifetime ago now, March or April. And what a year it's been for British and English swimming. Again, plenty of them here for the final time too. Heats number 4 from the top: Emily Johnson, Molly Garrett, Cara O'Toole, Ruby Greenheart, Lauren Bradley Holt, Lola Oke, Amara Addison, Lola Proctor, Mia Burnslip and Anna Farrow. On this near side in the black cap, and is Anna Farrow, 16-year-old from Ellesmere. In 5, Lola Oke, her teammate in fact, so it is a 1-2 for Ellesmere. 57.99 for Farrow. And almost a full second ahead of her teammate in second place. We are going to absolutely rip through these 17 heats. Heat number 5, Maisie Guilford, Olivia Humphrey, Ella McNamara, Grace Greenhalgh, Chloe Hurst, Grace Maskell, Zoe Ryan, Emma Flannery, Laura Hodgson and Isabella Ocaro. Really nice crowd here in Sheffield throughout the day so far. So it's only going to build into the weekend. Of course, this 3-day weekend we've got for these championships. And for the first time, spectators regularly allowed now within, of course, sporting venues, and hasn't been too often with swimming, to be honest. I was here a couple of weeks ago at the British Universities Championships, and that was competitors only, no spectators, so it is really good to see. It's about 50% full on the far side. And just building into the weekend. So on the outside lanes in Heat 5, Maisie Guilford in 0, Isabella Caro in 9. I think they're going to be your top 2. No, Grace Greenhalgh, in fact, in lane 3, takes second place ahead of Ocaro. But your winner, Maisie Guilford, quickest time through 5 heats, and 57.83. So let's start trying to keep our eye on some quickest times. And try and make a gentle prediction of who's going to be our 10 Open Junior finalists, or what kind of times they're going to need. And if we jump to Heat 17, we get down into the 53s, 54s, but that is for the likes of Abby Wood and Evelyn Davis, Tamron Van Selm, Isabella Hindley, also a sub-54 second swimmer. So you're looking at around about 55 seconds or so is around about the time frame to get you into one of the finals. Heat 6, Lara Turner, Annabelle Compton, Emma Cruikshanks, Megan Hansford, Georgia Holgate, Jessica Hum, Hannah Cromhout, Leah Evans, Amelia Charlton, Ella Homan. It's a pretty quick time to halfway for Hum, 27.76. From the outside lanes in heat 5 to the dead centre in heat number 6. Georgia Holgate alongside Jessica Hum in 4 and 5. Just 14 and 15 years old, those two. And in 6, Hannah Cromhout going to come through and take 4th place. It was Amelia Childs, in fact, 58.8 came through, get 3rd place. But your winner and leader from the off, 58.48. Not the quickest time so far, but enough for heat number 6. Ahead of Georgia Holgate and the quick finishing Amelia Childs. And we are not hanging about, are we? Over the top starts for these heats. Catherine Elland, Poppy Babert, Madison Nuttall, Mia Gooddale, Libby Harris, Chloe Brown, Nicole Dupree, Rebecca Amor, Laura Burgess and Jade Blake. All the entry times for these women, 58 seconds point XX. Now these middle heats, let's say heats 7 to the likes of 12, should all in theory be particularly close. And then our final 3 heats of the session will be where you'd expect to see the centre lanes pulling through, because there's always a few that are a little bit better and a little bit faster. And just take the event to that next level. Taking this heat to the next level is Catherine Elland of Poole over in lane 0. Another win from the outside lane. I've seen so many of these today. 57.79. Just about a tenth or so quicker than the fastest time we've seen so far. Nicole Dupree and Rebecca Amor, second and third. Look, just a second and a half separating all 10 across 100 metres. We're on to heat number 8. Millie Fields, Louise Jones, Grace Waller, Lydia Parker, Carice Rosebun, Francesca Baber, Annabelle Wilkinson, Kezia Titterton, Georgina Chadwick and Alma Dahl. Lane 1, Louise Jones, 16-year-old. Leader with 25 to go, but in 3. That is Mia Goodale, 15-year-old from Winchester. On the near side in the silver cap. Alma Dahl of Plymouth Leander. She's going to sneak this one, I think she does. Lovely second 50 metres, 57.76 for Dahl. Jump over to Louise Jones in lane 1. And come back the way to Kezia Titterton. All 3 girls nicely under 58 seconds. Who's going to be our first 57 sub? Will it be either Abigail Parkinson, Darcy Highmore, Eve Doherty, Sophie de Groot, Nerea Nasser, Grace Conroy, Lily Chambers, Alice Toon, Lucy Alex or Laura Devine? A couple of these girls, Nerea Nasser and Grace Conroy, 58 seconds on the button for their entry times. So this could be the heat where we go sub 58. In lane number 7, Alice Toon of Birmingham, in the green swimsuit, up against Darcy Highmore and Sophie de Groot in 1 and 3. Making a move in Southern Alice Toon from the city of Birmingham. But I don't think they're going to catch Laurie Devine. 57.19, getting closer, half a second quicker than anybody else through 9 heats. That's a big jump in times down to 57.19. Almost a full second ahead of Sophie de Groot and Darcy Highmore. And just like that, we're already into heat number 10. Now, if you are looking to watch some of the men's racing at the same time, or just be aware of, they are now getting underway in our opposite pool to the very far left of what you can see on your screen. For the men's starting about now, you've got the men's 400 metre freestyle and then the 100 metre individual medley. So we will continue as we are. Got 7 more heats of the women's 100 metre freestyle and then 8 heats of the 800 metre freestyle. So now, this is where we get the little just delays to the starting of races, because we've got to consider the opposite pool. And you might hear whistles and races starting in the background. Don't worry, it's not time delayed. It is just other races going on around the venue. To the right-hand side of your screen there, you can see that's just the corner of the diving pool, used as a swim-down pool during the sessions. All the swimmers do get a fairly lengthy warm-up period, 40 minutes or so. Both pools are open before racing starts for all of their warm-ups. They're perfectly ready and in shape to compete. Heat 10 from lane 0, Sky Carter, Abigail Jolly, Amy Hood, Beth Hall, Phoebe Cooper, Kidius Hodgson, Zoe Causey, Charlotte Hall, Orielle Hunsberger and Evie Lalux. And the far 3 are your top 3, Carter, Jolly and Hood. And remain that way going into the final 25 metres, although in lane number 5, that's Kidius Hodgson, a 17-year-old from Leeds in the yellow cap. She's coming through, as is Oriella Hunsberger, 17-year-old in lane 8. Who takes it is Amy Hood, 57.07. Again, we just go marginally quicker. And Kidius Hodgson, 57.4. And just to her left-hand side was Phoebe Cooper, 0.79. So 57.07, new quickest. Heat number 11 from lane 0, Caris Gravel, Isla McIntosh, Emily Mears-Bentley, Jana Spinner, Nyla Gard, Kirsten Powell, Piri Griffiths, Natalie Druitt, Sophia Dumont and Ella Chown. The next 30 competitors, including the 10 in the pool, all have entry times in the 57-point range. So it's really all about preparation is key and bringing it on the day, because they are just incredibly close on the entry times, and the finest of margins in the pool on the day is going to decide not only who's in the final, but of course your medalist. There are 20 spots up for grabs. And making her way through in lane number 7, Natalia Druitt, 57.34, so a little bit slower than what we've seen so far. Second place, Isla McIntosh. And then Jana Spinner, 57.6. Heat 12 of 17 coming up. Sophie Davies, Rebecca Gooch, Isabel Blackhurst, Jessica Calderbank, Annabelle Pilgrim, Alicia Dingle, Heather Whitcomb, Darcy Revitt, Hannah Woodcock and Natasha Whittle. Quick starts from Gooch and Calderbank in 1 and 3. Great turn by Natasha Whittle, Loughborough University on this near side. Solid first 50 metres from Darcy Revitt in Southern. And Guildford in the white cap, third from bottom. And just above centre, still going nicely. Started well, Calderbank from the City of Manchester Aquatics. Now she's losing a little bit of ground to Darcy Revitt and Natasha Whittle on the far side. Can she hold on to it? Or the white cap? Now I think that was Darcy Revitt, and it was indeed just a little bit late. And the first girl under 57 seconds, 56.96 for Revitt. Natasha Whittle, 57.25. And just a hundredth behind, in fact, Heather Whitcomb, 57.24. Replace that one with a number 2 in your minds. Heat 13, Jennifer Horn, Imogen Viney, Gemma Atherley, Georgina Dennis, Lily Scott, Maya Azzopardi, Amber Downham, Scarlett Orchard, Annabelle Smith and Lucy Fox.
In men's 400 metre freestyle, heat 2.
Names 1, 2, 3 and 8. There's Viney, Atherley, Dennis and Smith. And the top 4 at the halfway mark. And we'll see who's going to make a move. Georgina Dennis, Loughborough University student in 3. She turns for home first. She's in the black cap just above the yellow lanes. In 4 in the yellow cap, Lily Scott of Jersey. Not going to come back the full way, but make her way into the top 3. In fact, she's tied for second place with Scarlett Orchard. She was coming through at the end there, wasn't she? But Georgina Dennis, she'll win her new fastest time, 56.16. And 0.84s for Scott and Orchard. Best of the rest. Gemma Atherley, 500 outside, 57 seconds. Heat 14, Laura Dickinson, Abby Lowe, Jessica Woodward, Rebecca Watt, Amy West, Rhiannon Bowen, Tegan Child, Emma Van Sel, Emma Croker and Phillida Britton. Fingertip advantage maybe for Emma Croker, South Lincolnshire in lane number 8. In fact, look at the times, 1500 separating the top 5. I was trying to use my eyes to see who was in the lead, but when there's 1.5 tenths of a second separating, it's pretty difficult. But let's see if we can make a gap now. Then you're 3 out in front in lanes 5, 7 and 8. That's Rhiannon Bowen, Emma Van Selm and Emma Croker. Who is going to touch home first? It is Emma Van Selm, 56.24. Quarter of a second ahead of Emma Croker and Rhiannon Bowen, your top 3 in heat number 14. Final 3 heats now. And this is where we should see a jump in times coming down. Because we now have entry times in the sub-54s. Competing Katie Latham, Jess Podger, Sasha Thomas, Harriet Rogers, Isabel Hindley, Emily Crane, Kate Clifton, Ekaterina Avramova, May Bradburn and Lola Davison. So there we go, quick start, white cap in lane number 4, Isabel Hindley of Brompton. Already putting the cat amongst the pigeons. And she is being chased into the second half. What's the time? 0.71. Just a second, 1.01 seconds separated the 4 chasing. Now they in a race for themselves. She's got a little bit of clear water as she turns for home for the second and final time. In the pink swimsuit. In lane number 7, that is Katerina Avramova. She's going to be the closest, but it's all about the time here. It is a 54.01 for Isabel Hindley. Thought it might be quick. It indeed is. My goodness. Avramova, a clear second place, but 55.29. A couple of tenths ahead of Kate Clifton. Heat 16, Holly Widows, Honey Osrin, Mia Slevin, Charlotte Berry, Amy Canny, Abby Wood, Emily Barkley, Jemima Hall, Ellie Walker and Amy Monks. Standout name here, Abby Wood, 22-year-old from Loughborough, Tokyo Olympian, European Championship gold and silver medalist. Most experienced swimmer in the pool. And one of the names that the rest of these competitors would like to have on their records of getting close to or beating. And she leads alongside Canny in lane 4. They are absolutely neck and neck, 2 tenths back to Barkley and Berry. What can they do in the final 25? Still absolutely side by side, Abby Wood and Amy Canny. But can Abby Wood now, can the experience make a difference in the final 10 metres? It's going to be incredibly close here, and Amy Canny's going to take this away from the Tokyo Olympian and wins the heat in a cracking time at 53.89. Abby Wood 54.18 should be enough to get her into that open final later on this afternoon, but Amy Canny can be incredibly proud of herself there. Third place Emily Barkley, 55.03. That is definitely a scalp for Canny. And finally, heat number 17, Alice Deering, Amelia Rod, Amy Davies, Erin Little, Evelyn Davis, Tamarin Van Sel, Georgina Pryor, Leah Whittaker, Beatrice Farley and Georgina Wright. Evelyn Davies, 17-year-old in lane number 4. Turning alongside Tamarin Van Sel. They're the quickest 2 in the pool. Davis, 53.1 entry time. That's the quickest out of all 165 swimmers in the event. Just marginally quicker than Amy Canny and Abby Wood. Green cap in lane 5. It is a winning time again. Just the centre 2 lanes. Tamarin Van Sel ahead of Evelyn Davies. 54.12 and 54.28 for Davies. So we'll see those go head-to-head again in our final later on from 5 o'clock alongside the likes of Abby Wood and Amy Canny. Very likely Isabel Hindley and Emily Crane too. But we'll wait for clarification for your finalists, and also in the junior and open races, all to be decided. But that concludes the 100-metre freestyle for the women. Now we move on to the 800-metre freestyle, and we have 8 heats coming up in this one. Heat number 1, Emily McWilliam, Bryony Lowe and Molly Briggs. All of these 3 girls 16 years old. Emily McWilliam out of Seagull Swimming Club, Bryony Lowe out of Ellesmere County, and Molly Briggs of South Lincolnshire. Now, would you believe it, over 800 metres, their entry times are separated by, let me do some maths, 0.6 of a second across 800 metres. Surely not in the heat. Now, how quick do we get? Let's have a little look through the times here. As we get through to heat number 8, we're getting down to the 8:24s is the quickest from Leah Crisp of Bath. She goes in heat number 8. She is a few seconds quicker than anybody else for the first 8 heats. Now, just to explain how the 800 metre works at these championships, there are in fact 9 heats, but we swim the fastest, the slowest 8 heats up first. That's what we're seeing now. And because they're not going to qualify for a final, because you don't want to swim 800 metres twice, of course, and separated by a couple of hours, the fastest 10 swimmers on the entry times swim that heat effectively as a final. That'll be the first race at 5 o'clock in our final session, and they swim that as a final. And I say effectively, as by all means, somebody in any of these 8 heats could set an absolutely ridiculously quick time and still get themselves a medal, but you would anticipate out of the 10 fastest swimmers, you would find the fastest 3 amongst them on the day as well. So we'll just keep our eye on the times as we go through these heats, and just bear in mind, whoever's going to be the quickest of these 8, that'll be the time to beat for our finalists from 5 o'clock onwards. Now, in the men's pool, we currently have the 400 metre freestyle underway. That's being commentated on by my colleague Bob Ballard, a name and a voice you'll recognise from international swimming events. We will collaborate later from 5 o'clock for the finals session, and we'll be doing the same every day here in Sheffield. We started at 9 o'clock this morning, and some nice breaks in between, I must say, especially for the voice as a commentator, get the nice little breaks in between a couple of events each time. Has worked nicely, gets you a chance to have a break as well. I think we've all swimming fans or families or competitors have been at swimming meets where sessions last anything up to 3 or 4 hours. That is not the case with these championships. We split it into about an hour and a half or 2 hour segments with an hour in between. Gives the swimmers a chance to warm up as soon as they or as early as possible before their races, and they're not sort of warming up then waiting 3 hours for their heat. So everybody gets the same advantage, and we'll probably have another, this small session is anticipated to last until 3:40, with the final starting at 5. And we've got 8 heats. Let's say they roughly take, if you include the changeover time, 10 minutes or so per race. So we're going to be here for about an hour and 20 minutes with the 800 metres. On my watch, it is currently 2:30. So that is absolutely spot on. Well done to the organisers. Yeah, 3:40 looks around about the right kind of time to be concluding this session. Then we'll get another hour break, and we'll come back for our finals. Of course, there is the 800 metre final will just be a one-off. However, every other final does have an open and a junior race, whether it's the males or the females. The open race is simply the fastest 10 from the heats, and then that's any age group. And then the junior final is the 10 fastest under 18s who have not, if they've not already qualified for the open final. Now, if you are coming down to Sheffield across the weekend, you've already got your tickets. There's only a select number of tickets available. We do want to, there are still social distancing elements in place, of course, across the venue and the country. So there are still masks and plenty of hand sanitizer stations, etc., etc. But plenty of athletes in the venue, of course, and really, I've said it a few times today, just great to see spectators in and enjoying the action. Might not seem or sound like there's many in, but it's just the respectfulness, the fact that we've got 2 pools operating, and we just need to be conscious and aware of what's happening around you. You can't be cheering in one pool when another one's starting. Thankfully, myself and Bob in the commentary positions, we are as far away as you can get from the pool, up in row Z at the back. But it is a wonderful view, I must say. Nice clear view of both pools, in fact. And, I'm sure the noise will start to raise as of 5 o'clock. So in the pool, your leader. And lane number 4, the black cap of Bryony Lowe representing Ellesmere. 10 lengths to go. Just in case you're new to swimming and you're wondering what those officials are doing leaning over the edge each time, that is just they hold out a little board that tells the swimmers how many lengths they've got to go. So currently all those boards showing the number 10 with 10 lengths. And as they come back, that'll be flipped round to 8. I do always find it interesting. Literally, they start doing that after the first length, and they come back for the first time, and it says, is it 36? It says, I think. And that continues right down to 2. Now there was 0.6 separating these 3 swimmers on the entry times. Clearly not going to be the case as Bryony Lowe moves away. She will have 150 metres to swim when she makes this turn. And we'll just see the difference in times now. Second place in lane 5 is Molly Briggs, South Lincolnshire. It's going to be, what is it, 8-9 seconds at the moment. Let's have a little look. 8.74 back to Briggs. And then 7.39 is McEwen. So another 4.5 seconds back to McWilliam. So 100 metres to go for Lowe. So she's pretty much on target. For her entry time is 9:16, and that is going to be, it's going to be fairly close to that, I think, this opening heat time. .35 seconds or so per 50 metres. And there was the bell to let the swimmers know this is their last pair of lengths. Just once more out and back. It will be a win for Bryony Lowe here in heat number 1. .916 on the entry. We thought it might be close. It's going to be close to sub 9:10. So 9:10.96 for Bryony. Long-time holder of second place, Molly Briggs, South Lincolnshire. Stops the clock at 9 and all the 2s. And to close out heat 1, Emily McWilliam, 9:27.06. Should be a full complement of athletes in heat number 2. But no, we're going to be missing Maya Watt of Ellesmere in lane number 3. So maybe next time. We do have, though, Annabelle Russell, City of Leicester, 15 years old. Ruby Knight, 15-year-old borough of Kirklees. Georgia Robertson, 16 years old from Sheffield. Then we jump to Emma Bennett, Royal Tunbridge Wells, 16 years old. Evie Clare, just 12 years old in lane number 5, Evie Clare, City of Manchester Aquatics. She's the youngest here this weekend, surely. First 12-year-old I've seen. Sophie Busby, Davencio in lane number 6. Lucy Dixon in 7 of Salford at 16 years old. And a pair of 15-year-olds in Amy Kenworthy and Jess Widdowson in 8 and 9 from Winsford and City of Leeds. We're around about the same entry times, 9.13s, 9.14s. 9.10. We'll just make a note of 9.10 for Bryony Lowe. Quickest time so far. Over in the gents pool, they're currently on heat number 5 of the 400-metre freestyle. So that session running through to roughly 3:50. They started 15 minutes later than the women's pool. So running almost side to side, just a little bit of a crossover, depending on the events taking place in each pool.
Once more, Kingston representative of the City of Sheffield, Mount Kelly, Loughborough University and Sutton Sheen. Please meet the technical director at the ladies' pool start end. Thank you. In the men's pool 400-metre freestyle, heat 6.
So let's have a look. Georgia Robertson, lane 2, representing City of Sheffield as your early leader. And although it is early, she has built a nice little margin there back to lane 6 and Sophie Busby of Davencio. In 1, Ruby Knight Burr of Kirklees. And in the yellow cap, just on the left-hand side of your screen there in Southern, that's Lucy Dixon of Salford. 16 laps to go for all these girls. Again, all in the between 9:13 and 9:15 entry times. Every single girl in the junior category, all are 17 and under. Again, you've got lane 5, the 12-year-old Evie Clare. Maybe a name to remember for the future. What's the difference then? It's only 5.87 seconds. It's not a really big margin in 800 metre terms. Be an interesting watch now to see if she can maintain this and just what she does with that lead. Of course, she could have a little a length or two which she gets her breath back and put a kick in. Solid second place at the moment for Sophie Busby, Davencio. And then it's really quite tight, isn't it? You've got Jess Widowson on the near side in the yellow cup, just outside your screen on the left-hand side. And above her in 8 is Amy Kenworthy and Lucy Dixon. So those are a little half chevron, those three girls on the near side. So it's still 4.84 seconds, so not really changed much, by about 1/10 of a second or so over the last 100 metres between our top two. Georgia Robinson looking fairly comfortable out in front. So the last 8 lengths. 200 metres between Robertson and a win in heat number 2. Yeah, still just under 5 seconds, nothing changing whatsoever. And up and down this pool like metronomes, your top two. A little bit of a separation going on. Widowstone and Kenworthy in 9 and 8, the closest two to you. A bit of a gap now from Lucy Dixon in 3rd and 4th place. So Busby's brought the gap down by 0.3 of a second over the last 50 metres. 150 to go. Just to start taking slightly bigger chunks out. In lanes 4 and 5, Emma Bennett and Evie Clare. And they start to make gains on Widowson and Kenworthy. Let's see what the new gap is. It was 4.4, 4.23. Needs a real charge over the next 4 lengths. In lane number 4, Emma Bennett. She's in the black cap and the pink swimsuit. She's making a move most certainly on Kenworthy and Widowson in these 2 near side lanes. In fact, almost caught Kenworthy. And bells come out, not quite for Christmas, but just for the final couple of lengths. What are we now? I think it's gone back out to, 4.5 seconds. Such a solid swim from Robertson. And the interesting but it's going to just be the race for 3rd in this heat. Because again, Emma Bennett, she's taken over Amy Kenworthy. Can she catch Jess Widowson and the yellow cap on this near side? Let's wait and see. But a wonderful swim for Georgia Robertson, 9:06.54, 4 seconds quicker than our Heat 1 winner. Sophie Busby 9:10, and 3rd place, look at that, right to the end, separated by 0.04 of a second. Emma Bennett just out-touching Jess Widowson. So lovely conclusion to heat number 2. Congratulations to Georgia Robertson, 16-year-old from Sheffield. She led from the start and never relinquished. 9:06.54 her winning time. And to conclude the heat, Annabelle Russell from Leicester, a 9:40.69.
In the women's pool lane, 800-metre freestyle, heat 3.
Heat 3, Emily Headley, Daisy Purchase, Laura Mew, Layla Flower, Eleanor Kay, Rachel Bradley, Zara Beaumont, Adele Zareski, Olivia Martin and Holly Lamb. Again, it's the younger bunch. It's all 18s and under. Our more senior swimmers come in heats numbers 4 onwards. That is a quick start from Eleanor Kay from Bolton Metro. Black cap in lane 4. 2 lengths below her in 6 is Zara Beaumont from Hereford. It's 30 lengths off the pool. Now, can Kay or Beaumont do a Georgia Robertson and lead from start to finish? Now, I mentioned earlier we do have several of our Team GB Olympians from Tokyo here this weekend. Got Kieran Bird, Anna Hopkin, Joe Litchfield, Jacob Peters, Molly Renshaw, Matthew Richards, Jacob Whittle, Cassie Wild and Abby Wood, all with us in Sheffield. Now, a couple of years ago, in 2019, Adam Peaty joined us for these championships, but he's busy dancing at the moment, isn't he? And let's be fair, he's had a good year. So behind your front 2, lane 8 is Olivia Martin of Mount Kelly. And 5, Rachel Bradley of Stockton. Holly Lamb of Ellesmere in 9. In fact, if you take away your top 2, a close field for the 8 behind. More than 2.5, 3 body lengths separating the rest of the field. Quick mention to our event sponsors. Tia, Merthyr Pools, Sport England, Sport Systems. And the Sheffield City Trust. Alongside our sponsors, of course, as you can see within the venue in their dapper white uniforms, all of our officials, marshals, volunteers, timekeepers and referees, all those behind the scenes that you don't see in the timing booth. It is an army of people that get these events running. Not just on the day, plenty of preparation. Thanks to all the staff at Ponds Forge International Sports Centre. It is a lovely venue to come to. Lucky enough to make several visits to Sheffield each year. Always looked after very well. Now, if you've not been down yet, or recently, just have a little look on the Swim England website. If you want some more information on the event, if you go onto Swim England, the website, and you want a full timesheet and information, even if you just Google Swim England Winter Championships 2021, you'll get taken to the right page. Just use the top link and you can see the documents such as the competitor information, all the schedule for the weekend. So the type of paperwork I've got printed out in front of me right now. You go to exactly the same location, the same source. "14 laps to go for your leaders. There's Eleanor Kay still with Zara Beaumont in hot pursuit. Bigger gaps now for the remaining 8. Layla Flower, the quickest of them. She is just 1 lane above Eleanor Kay in the blue cap and black swimsuits. Beaumont just keeping Kay very honest at the minute. A quick glance across to the men's pool, currently in heat number 8 of the 400 metre freestyle. Now on the YouTube link that you're watching, if you do want a quick glance at this pool's, what's the word I'm looking for? The schedule. The schedule, it is there for you. Of course, we're near the end of the day, but it's just a heads up that throughout the weekend, any YouTube stream you're watching, if you just want a quick heads up on the schedule without going to the Swim England website or downloading that from there, it's always just in the comment section or the description underneath the stream that you're watching. Just in case you're waiting for somebody in particular on a particular day, I want to make a rough guess of when they might be in the pool. As long as you're listening, we'll try and keep you up to date. Things do really run to schedule very well here at these events. Again, this session is on time to finish at about 3:40, which will give us about an hour and a quarter's break before the finals start at 5 o'clock. The first of those finals will in fact be the women's 800 metre freestyle, the fastest heat. And then we go. I'm going to read through the list of finals for you. Okay, so we've got the women's 800 metres, and bear in mind, with the rest of these finals, there is an open and a junior final. So we've got the men's 50 metre freestyle final, the women's 100 metre breaststroke, the men's 200 metre backstroke, women's 200 metre IM, the men's 100 metre butterfly, the women's 50 back, the men's 50 breaststroke, the women's 200 metre butterfly, the men's 400 metre freestyle, women's 100 metre freestyle, and we close the day with the men's 100 metre individual medley. So plenty of racing and medals to be won from 5 o'clock onwards. And still our 2 leaders, separated by a body length or so. Coming to their final couple of lengths. As the bells ring, Eleanor Kay ahead of Zara Beaumont. It's just 1.22 seconds now. And in lane number 3, Layla Flower of Leatherhead. She's had a really strong race in 3rd place. She was fighting alongside Olivia Martin of Mount Kelly for a long time, but now put herself in a clear 3rd position. And it's going to be As You Were from metre number 25. Your winner in lane number 4, Eleanor Kay. It's a 9:08.14 is her winning time. A 9:09.16 for Zara Beaumont in 2nd. Layla Flower a 9:12.46. There's your times on the screen now. And Olivia Martin 9:14.6. So a 9:08 couldn't quite match the 9:06 of Georgia Robertson in heat number 2. And Zarkowski rounds things up in 9:42. And we can move on to heat number 4. From the top, lane 0, Jessica Brandon, just 14 years old, representing Nova Centurion. Here comes Harriet Smith of Wrekin College, Lily Scott of Tigers Jersey, Olivia Sheehan of Wigan, in the centre lanes, Ella Bloxage of Salford, Shannon O'Dallaghan of Birmingham, Sophie Trail, another 14-year-old, this time representing Stockport, Emily Forward of Mount Kelly, Liberty Gordon of Rushmore, and Harmony Torrington of Repton.
In the next 400-meter freestyle, heat 10.
Lily Scott of Tigers Jersey is in the yellow cap, third from the top of your screen. Harmony Torrington nearest to us, in the dark blue, just one lane above her in the green cap. Liberty Gordon. As you were, Lily Gordon, 134 behind Scott, 165 Torrington. And there's a little bit more of a spread as we go back through the pool in heat number 4. Entry times for this group of 10, they are all in the 9:07s or the 9:08s. What have we seen so far? Georgia Roberts in heat number 2, a 9:06 is the quickest we've seen. We will get down into the 8:45 kind of region. Maybe even to the 8:30 for the likes of Leah Crisp and Alice Deering in heat number 8. But do not forget, heat number 9, our fastest heat, will be swum as our first final, effective final, from 5 p.m. Tomorrow morning, looking ahead, don't want to jump too far of course, but just to make you aware, in the women's pool from 9 o'clock tomorrow, you've got the 50-metre freestyle, that'll be a good one, and the women's 200-metre backstroke, and we start the day in the men's pool tomorrow morning with the 100 breast, the 200 IM and the 50 back. And we work very, very similarly across the 3 days. So only a couple of events at a time, then a break throughout the entire day. So we do get plenty of time to away and maybe spend some time with the family. And maybe even enjoy the weather. I think it's meant to be, at least here in Sheffield, it's been a little bit overcast, but not bitterly cold weather. I'm in shorts here at poolside. You never want to wear trousers inside a swimming event when you're going to be here all day, but I didn't feel too cold just walking around town. Maybe got some funny looks. But it felt quite comfortable. Lily Scott's theory leader, 4:59, with 14 lengths of the pool to go. Second, third, fourth and fifth. Quite nice, tightly packed. You got Sophie Trail, Emily Forward, Liberty Gordon and Harmony Torrington. They're the four nearest to you. 6, 7, 8 and 9. And they're just swimming as a pack behind Lily Scott. Right, they're on the hunt. And leading the hunt is Sophie Trail. She's in the black cap at the top of those four. Is the gap just closing ever so slightly now to Lily Scott? Let's check the timing on this one. It was around about, was it 4.8 the last time around? So what have we got now? 3.5 to Trail. And then your 4.8 plus or 9 plus to Gordon, Torrington and Forward. So definitely a closure. And just news of a swim off that we're going to be having after the 800 freestyle. And it's for a place in the women's 100 metre freestyle junior final. That'll be between Phoebe Cooper and Laura Dickinson. So after heat number 8, don't go anywhere, because we do have a swim off to enjoy. Love a swim off. So in the heats they were absolutely neck and neck. I've only ever seen one swim off where again it was tied and they had to swim off again. That was a couple of years ago in this pool actually. It was incredible. And gotta say, the crowd absolutely loved it. It was brilliant. So 3.02 now, Scott to Trail. And about the same back to Forward. She's put a 1/10 of a second back into it. 100 metres to go. And you don't see a lot changing. Are we going to see a change of gears though for Sophie Trail in lane number 6? And that little pack of 3 just coming together again. Forward, Gordon and Torrington on this near side, fighting for 3rd place in the heat. And with 2 lengths to go, it's going to remain at around about 3 seconds. Of 286, in fact, it's got a couple of tenths off that. I wonder how aware Trail is of how close she is. And then you look at a little bit of class there from Emily Forward. She just pushes away again from Gordon and Torrington as they sort of close the gap with 100 to go. She spotted that challenge and started to move away once again. And it'll be a really top swim here from Lily Scott. 8:57.44, nearly 10 seconds quicker than Heat 2's Georgia Robinson. Almost inside 9 minutes is Sophie Trail. And 3rd place did finally go to Emily Ford. We thought it would. A couple of seconds quicker than Torrington, and again back to Gordon. But congratulations, Lily Scott, your winner in heat number 4. And a very composed swim it was. And a very mature chase from Sophie Trail. And Harriet Smith of Wrekin College closes out heat 4 in a 9:35. Halfway through the 800 metre heats then. 8 in total, 4 down. This is heat number 5, Niamh Ward of Team Bath. Evie Deluxe, Wrekin College. Molly Fisher of Rotherham. Evangeline Belt of Plymouth Leander. Jessica Arundel of Barnet. Megan Sharp of Leeds. Ruby Wheeler, Plymouth Leander. Pearl Griffiths, Guildford. Harriet Oxley, City of Leicester. And Ijiko of Daventio. Quickest on paper is Jessica Arundel, 16-year-old, in lane 4, a 9:03.53. But the 8:56 from Lily Scott in heat 4 is the new benchmark. Now, a couple of heats in a row now, we've seen somebody go off right from the start and maintain it for the entire 800 metres. Are we going to see the same again in heat number 5? Evangeline Bell and Harry Oxley doing their best to be that swimmer that moves away. Sixth, that's Ruby Wheeler of Smith Leander in the silver cap. Currently holding court in third place with Jessica Arundel. Less than 2 seconds separating your top 6. This is already closer than we've seen. Very clearly early stages, but already closer than any of the previous 4 heats. In terms of nobody moving away by sort of 2 or 3 body lengths. Although, Harry Oxley in the blue swimsuit, second from bottom, doing her best. So it's 2 seconds separating the top 6. And now you've got less than, well, 4 separated by less than 2 seconds. It's at the quarter-way mark. And Evangeline Belt in 3 and Jessica Arundel in 4. It's the blue cap of Arundel in 4. Keeping it nice and nip and tuck with Harriet Oxley. But still those top 4 within 2 seconds. Over in the men's pool just quickly, heat number 12 of the 400 metre freestyle. Being talked through by Bob Ballard, just had a couple of metres to my left-hand side. So outside that top 4, Ruby Wheeler in 6 and then Niamh Ward over in 0. $50 metres from halfway. Just same top 4, just a switch around from Lilu and Belt. Belt alongside Arundel, 15 and 16 years old. Now the swimmers in the pink swimsuit and the gold cap and the black and the yellow cap. Just in pretty much the centre of your screen. Always fun to watch two swimmers absolutely side by side. Just working together as a little two-woman team here. Keeping each other as pacemakers. They'll be aware of Harry Oxley down in 8 out in front and the margin. Looking at the exact time gap. And over in 1 now, just making herself known in a 0.21 seconds now, Oxley. And Eva Lilu of Wrekin College won't be able to look her opponent right in the eye as Belton Arundel can right now. But maybe a glance across the pool at some point just to be aware of the competition. Of course, just pride to win the heat. It's all about the times. And now there is a growing gap from the top two to 3rd and 4th. And Eva Lilu moving into the second half of this heat. Looking the stronger of the top 4. He's making a bit of a gap now, going to be around about a second or so. He turned the tables on Oxley, 1.72 in fact, it's bigger than it looks. +4 back to Belton Arundel. Now, is Oxley going to fall back into the race for 3rd and 4th? Or can she keep on the toes of Eva Lilu? Now, we have had some brilliant already viewing numbers on the stream. We've had both streams on our first day here in Sheffield. .150 metres to go, and the lead from Lilu just growing by half a second or so every 25 metres. The race for currently 3rd and 4th place just being edged by Evangeline Bell. She's in the pink swimsuit. Absolutely stroke for stroke with Jessica Arundel for around 400 metres. Now she's got her eyes on Oxley and Lilu. Elsewhere in the pool, Ruby Wheeler in 5th place, Megan Sharp 6th, Pearl Griffith 7th, and Ija Coe and Molly Fisher. There's the bell for the final 50 metres. It's all happening down the centre now, look at this. Coming right into this is Megan Sharp and Ruby Wheeler. And they could get involved in the top 3 positions here. Because nobody's going to catch Evie Lilux in 1st place. Nobody's going to catch Harry Oxley in 2nd. But there is a bit of fun now for 3rd. Winning time is 8:56.27. 2nd place, Harry Oxley, as we knew, 9:01. And then look at that little race at the end. Ruby Wheeler coming through to take 4th place behind Evangeline Belt. Jessica Arundel settling for 5th and Megan Sharp 6th. And, Ruby Wheeler, who I know fairly well from announcing and commentating on from England East region.
In the women's pool,
Cracking finish for her.
Freestyle, heat 6.
Maybe a couple of more lengths and she could have got into that second and third. On to heat number 6. We've got Millie Emmons of Surrey, Louise Ashford Maidenhead, Katie Thompson Birmingham, Amelia Bryan Ellesmere, Sala Burnhoe of Barnet, Megan Barnes Mount Kelly, Alicia Dingle Loughborough, Lucy Fox Wickham District, Katie Hammond Nova Centurion and Ella Took Newcastle. .856. The current time to beat them. We've had that twice. First from Lily Scott in heat number 4. And then again, as just witnessed, Evie Lilu in heat number 5. Quickest entry times for heat 6 is at 9 minutes point 6. That's Sala Burnhoe and Megan Barnes. Burnhoe is 15 years old, in fact youngest in the pool alongside Lucy Fox, both of those 15 years old. There's 18-year-old Megan Barnes, who's in the white cap, leading the heat. A quarter of the distance completed, 2 seconds back to Burnhoe, Dingle and Bryan. And behind her to her right-hand side, Megan Barnes of Mount Kelly, and to the left, out in that chevron, is Sala Burnhoe, Amelia Bryan and Katie Thompson. The yellow, black and white caps. I do like an early solo lead. Radiates confidence. And the rest of the swimmers decide, do they wait and watch and see if she's gone out a little bit too quick, concentrate on the swimmers to their left and right and stay in that pack and work together, and hope that maybe she runs out of steam and comes back to them. Yeah. Psychological tactic, rushing out in front like this. I've seen it work many times already, 3 or 4 times in these heats. The guy that goes out quickest first. The margin might not change too much throughout the rest of the race. It just gives a little extra hill to climb for the rest. Bit of separation of the pack. So a lead's going to be around about 6-7 seconds already. Not that much, 4.1. And 5+ to Burnhoe and Ashford. But Dingle and Thompson in 6 and 2. Yeah, white cap have taken Katie Thompson third from the top. In 4, Tasha Bernhout. She's going to join Thompson in that fight for which is currently third place, over halfway now. Can Alicia Dingle start to reel in Megan Barnes? You don't want it to leave it to the last 100 metres. If there's a gap of this size, 4 or 5 seconds, a bit too much of a gap to close. .87, that's 4/10 broken off. Trying to get within touching distance, get on those heels. Make your presence known, make your opposition question their strategy and stroke. Was 3.87. Oh, she's taken 200ths of a second off it. It's just a bent knuckle on the timing board, not much more than that. And looking strong in third, Katie Thompson. The white cap third from top. With 8 lengths to go, it's 200 metres. It's now to 4.17. So a quarter or so of a second gained that time by Megan Barnes. Let's look a bit further down the pool than we have been. So we know our top 3. 4th place at the moment, lane number 4. That's Sala Bernhout of Barnet. 5th place over in lane number 1, Louise Ashford Maidenhead. Then pretty close for 6th place, but leading the way in the green cap in lane 7 is Lucy Fox of Wickham. All these swimmers 6 lengths to go now, 150 metres. Megan Barnes into a final 100. I think that gap has grown ever so slightly. It was 4.18, was it last time round? It'll be pretty close, isn't it? 4.6. 2 seconds back to Katie Thompson in lane 2. So I think that is going to be your top 3. Fight on for 4th place. Yellow cap in lane 4. Again, we've mentioned her, Sala Bernhout, up against Louise Ashford in 1. They're your top 5. I don't think anybody needs to make any difference on that top 5, or even the order. Of course, with 50 to go, Megan Barnes still retains a 4.5 second lead. And it's grown to 2.1 to 6, to Katie Thompson. So the real race here is just for 4th and 5th place. So we'll keep an eye on that as we see our leaders through. And your winner from start to finish, Megan Barnes of Mount Kelly. Quickest time of the heats thus far, 8:47.12, 9 seconds quicker than anybody else. Alicia Dingle in 2nd place beats the fastest time by 5 seconds. That's our top 3. All beat that time set by Evie Lilu in heat number 5. And the race for 4th and 5th was won by Sala Bernhout. But your winner, no doubt about it, it was just a matter of how long she held on for. And it was for the entire 800 metres. Megan Barnes, 8:47.12. Quickest through 6 heats and winner in heat number 6. We have 2 heats to go.
800-meter freestyle, heat 7.
Coming up is heat number 7. You are going to be watching over the next 8.5 to 9 minutes Ruby Griffiths of Mount Kelly, Harriet Salisbury of Peterborough, Sophie Main Mount Kelly, Lucy Headway Newcastle, Marion Hanquit Loughborough, Evie Dilly Borough of Stockton, Isabel Jobson Romford Town, Livia Kingsland Nova Centurion, Amelia Moore Loughborough and Marissa Booth of Wickham District.
In the men's bull led 100-meter individual medley, heat 7.
Over in the men's pool, they have completed the 400-meter freestyle. Now on to the 100-meter individual medley. So if you tuned in looking for that, that is on a separate stream for you. Or continue to enjoy the 800 metres. You can watch it back later. Everything we show is available to watch at any time after the racing's finished. There will be a new individual stream set up for our finals. So the 2 streams for the men's and the women's pool open all day long for you to nip in and out at your leisure. But for the finals, you can even set yourself a reminder now. The link is there and open. It will just say pending starting, but if you click on the remind me button, you get a notification prior to that starting. So we've had an 8:46 in heat 6, and the entry times now for heat 7 are exactly in that region. Quickest Marion Hanquit, 8:46.7, 20-year-old from Loughborough, and she leads the way ahead of Lucy Headley. And, third place between Moole and Dilly, 3/10 separating them. On the far side, lane 0, very much involved Ruby Griffiths of Mount Kelly. Marion Hanquit doing exactly as we saw in heat number 6, just making a move at the front of Headley by moving up to 3 seconds, almost 5 back to Moole and Dilly. And look across the pool right there, 5 or 6 swimmers in that battle to say they're currently in 3rd place.
Your finalists in the men's 400-meter freestyle are as follows: William Riley from Bath, William Bell from Loughborough, Asterio Stolden from Loughborough, Charlie Hutchinson also from Loughborough.
No timings on the scoreboard in the venue at the moment, so I was looking to tell you the times. I know they were missing from the screen. So as soon as we get those back, we'll give you some timings. Just moving up to the halfway stage. And lane number 8, that's Amelia Moole. She is doing her best to close down Lucy Headley, who's currently in 2nd place. Everyone a bit of a gap behind Marion Hanquit. She's at 20 years old, she's the oldest in the pool. Youngest is Evie Dilley, in fact, 15-year-old. Going very nicely indeed. And look at this. It's all come back together, hasn't it? Apart from Marion Hanquet. It is that's what you call a full chasing pack almost. Who is going to break out of that group of Southern, let's call it. Currently Ruby Griffiths on the far side. And officially in 5, Evie Dilley, our youngest in the pool, in 3rd place. .300 metres to swim. And the advantage of Hanquet out to Ruby Griffiths, not far behind Evie Dilley. So round about 5.5 seconds, which is a little bit bigger than we saw in heat number 6, and that was held on to very, very comfortably. So I think for the rest of this race we're going to be watching a pretty nice competitive 250 metres for 2nd and 3rd place in the heat. They're chasing personally a time of 8:46. Quickest we've seen through 6 heats. In Southern, Livia Kingsland has now made we've split into 2 groups of 3, which is Griffiths, Dilley and Kingsland. And behind them, you've got a group of 3 in Sophia Main, Isabel Jobson and Amelia Moole. It's like a battle strategy formation. 2 flanks of 3, doing everything they can to chase down Marion Hanquet. And the gap has definitely shortened to Evie Dilley. She's now in 2nd place, just falling back ever so slightly Ruby Griffiths on the far side. So is this Evie Dilley's move? It is the youngest versus the oldest in the pool. Hanquet at 20, Dilley at 15. In fact, Ruby Griffiths on the far side, also 15 years old. So age is but a number in endurance swimming events. 100 metres to play with. Green cap in lane number 7, Livia Kingsland of Nova Centurion. She's going to be the next one to try and pick off the heels of Ruby Griffiths on the far side. Just about done that with 75 metres to come. And look at this, this is getting a bit tasty with 50 metres to go. 2.5 seconds between Hanquet and Dilley. They'll have heard the bell, and now they move. Livia Kingsland and Ruby Griffiths still fighting for 3rd place. Now Griffiths is coming back now to possibly take the lead into the final 25. What can Dilley do here? She's been trailing by 4 or 5 seconds for the first 700 metres, and she's just left it ever so slightly too late. Because the win does go to Marion Hanquet. I think she's a little bit worried there right at the end maybe. Less than 2 seconds in the end back to Dilley. And Ruby Griffiths does come back in the final 50 as Kingsland momentarily took 3rd place. But regained it right at the death. But your winner, by tighter than maybe we imagined with 400 metres to go, is Marion Hanquet. 8:46.72, just about matching the time from heat number 6. But a lovely finish from Evie Dilley, keeping things interesting. On to our final heat. Not just of the event, but final heat of the day, because everything else is finals from 5 o'clock onwards. And do you know what? Absolutely forgive me. Heat number 8 is our final heat, which means it will be the first heat of the final session, not swum now. But what we have got, that's not the end of racing, because as I mentioned about 10-15 minutes ago, we have a swim off. How incredibly exciting. What a nice way to end the session. You have got Phoebe Cooper in lane 4 from Sheffield, home swimmer, against Laura Dickinson of Mount Kelly in 5. I'll be perfectly honest, not sure where they are at the moment. I'm sure they've been told there's a swim off. Maybe they made the same mistake I did and thought heat number 8 was now and another heat number 9 later in the finals. Who knows? But we've got to go and find them, because they are fighting off for a place in the 100 metre freestyle junior final.
100 metre individual medley, heat 12.
So we're on the search for Phoebe Cooper and Laura Dickinson. So we'll hang around. The men's racing is still ongoing. They're in heat number 11 of the 100 metre individual medley. So we've still got our 20 officials here who are waiting patiently. So finally, this will be our final heat of the session in the women's pool, and our final action in total, because for the finals from 5 p.m. we swim exclusively in the North Pool, or the scoreboard pool, if you like to call it that way. Whereas myself and Bob Ballard will both be on the stream, a separate stream again. Just make sure, don't hang on to this one, there's a separate stream for the finals from 5 o'clock. And we'll together talk you through those. And it may have seemed a little bit quiet here in the venue, but just to explain one final time today, that is because with 2 pools in operation, you've got to just be conscious of what's happening around you and not scream too loudly when there might be another race behind you starting. I think that will change in the finals, because everybody's looking in one location, one place. So Cooper and Dickinson swim off for the 100 metre freestyle junior final to take one of the outside lanes.
In the men's pool then, 100 metre individual medley, heat 13.
This session was due to finish at 3:40, and that is absolutely bang on the nail on the head. 3:40 right now. So we're going to have a roughly, oh, here they come. I think this is them. Fantastic. So we'll have about an hour and a quarter to enjoy some free time before we get underway at 5. But now we have Phoebe Cooper and Laura Dickinson. Getting themselves ready. That is Phoebe Cooper of Sheffield.
In the women's pool then we have a swim off for the final place in the women's 100 metre freestyle junior final between Phoebe Cooper and Laura Dickinson.
And we are finally ready to go. Cooper in 4, Dickinson in 5. 100 metres to make it into that junior final. Quickest start coming from Cooper. And to the halfway stage, still with the advantage. Cooper, what's it going to be, about a quarter of a second or so? Oh, up to half, 0.43. So work to be done for Dickinson. And it's grown to 3/4 of a body length into the final 25. It's going to need a quick finish from Dickinson if she's going to pull this one back. And it's looking less likely as the metres tick away. I think she's given up into the final 5 metres. 56.42 for Cooper. Nothing to separate them in the heats, but the swim off more than a full second back to Dickinson. It's looking a little bit tied to the final 25, Dickinson, and rightly so. It's an unexpected extra swim for them. But you will see Phoebe Cooper again later on this evening in the junior final. And that does conclude the swimming for the women's pool today. And the final of our heats. Finished with a swim-off. Always nice to finish it that way. And as our officials leave poolside, you can too. You can leave your monitors for a little while. A little bit of racing to go in the men's pool. Still in the 100-metre IM. But for myself, for the time being, and this stream will now close. If you want to come back, of course, at 5 o'clock, click on the new stream. But for the time being, thank you for joining us. Go and get yourself a break. We'll be back to Ponds Forge International Sports Centre shortly for the first of our weekend's final session at the Swim England National Winter Championships 2021. We'll be back with you very shortly.